Reverend Jesse Jackson began this work in the late 1990s. He gathered with Silicon Valley leaders in the 90s to talk about this evolving reality of technology and the digital world.
We could bring to pass the vision of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr., and that is equality even in the tech industry, so that the bad hand that we had been dealt with can be replaced by a good hand of equality of opportunities.
That we should be focused on making sure that our advancements are structural, so that we're actually building new infrastructure, new policy, new ways of doing business that will survive.
Be values driven and don't compromise, and define for your life, this is how I prefer to be treated, this is how I will be treated, and really get with a company that aligns with your values. There's plenty of tech companies out there, and don't budge on that.
People who look like us, Black and brown Americans, to not just get online, but fully leverage this new tech economy and this new online economy that now drives the American economy.
What I would say to tech workers at this moment is, this is a moment of opportunity. If you're not applying for the promotion, if you're not applying for the loan now, don't wait. Get out there. Make these companies make good on their commitments to invest in the African American, Latinx, and other underrepresented minority communities.
These important conversations might not be possible because of your support and partnership. Our collaborative work of advancing economic justice and inclusion in the tech sector will continue.
Another year of excitement, another year of impact, and another year we get to share as we gather the family together to do something great.
In 1962, John F. Kennedy said, "We choose to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and to measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, one which we intend to win, and the others too. Thousands of scientists and engineers, the best minds of the nation, were trained, and within years, we landed on the moon." Silicon Valley and the tech industry is the most dynamic, innovative, and creative the world has ever seen. It can do anything if it wants to, if it sets its mind to it.
Technology has reshaped the way we work, the way we live. The possibilities really seem limitless.
And the pace of change in technology is really staggering.
Whatever you can think of when it comes to technology, I feel like you can create.
There's no limit on creativity, and you never know where creativity is going to be launched from.
There are enormous opportunities in the tech sector. This is where the world is going.
It's the new job market, and it's the new literacy. Like, if you don't know how to code, it's going to be equated to not knowing how to read soon.
People who come with great ideas, with big problems to solve, really have the opportunity to solve them in a big and meaningful way.
By the year 2040, 42% in the US will be Black and Latino.
1.4 million jobs in technology will open by 2020.
If you think about technology, most people historically used to think about it as just computers.
People don't realize you need all jobs. You need jobs in marketing, in HR, in finance, in PR. There's a number of roles and responsibilities.
Top salaries, never an issue. It's a well-paying job, where you're creating something every day that's making an impact not just on you or your people around you, but on the whole world.
There's a lot of folks in the room who have been told for whatever reasons that technology is not a safe place for them.
Young people of color are incredibly technology savvy. There seems to be this gap between sort of, I use the technology, I master the smartphone, and then translating that into a career.
Having technology be more pervasive in education will help give more students more opportunity to actually enter into it.
If you want to build a career where you have lots of opportunity for growth and development, tech is that area.
The opportunities are huge.
Explore, be super curious, get under the hood of the car to get messy.
Don't quit. This industry is run by people who can be creative in their thinking. Encourage your peers to go down the path with you as well.
We hope that everyone who's interested in tech will give it a try and know that there are people in Silicon Valley and across the nation who are there to support you.
Be proactive, be an agent of change.
We have a massive opportunity right now to change the face of how things look and how things are.
We can change the face of technology for the better.
We do need to change the face of the industry.
We have to change the face of the tech ecosystem.
Change the face.
Change the face.
Change the face.
Change the face.
To just change how business is done and how people live.
In Silicon Valley, inclusion is the key to equity and parity. The question is not can they, but will they? And they must. This world is our world. Our best days are ahead of us. Go forward by hope, not backwards by fear. And so now let's face the change and change the face of Silicon Valley.
Time American energy swirled around mountains of West Virginia, coal and gas. Then, in the real sense, we moved on to the automotive industry in Detroit. Every age has some industry that drives that generation. Wall Street finance. Went to Silicon Valley some years ago, 185 board members, 36 women, 2 blacks and 1 Latino. They represent the marketplace. We demanded that there be board members in all of those organizations. There'd be E-suites occupied by people like Dr. Jackson at Apple. We need you to fight back. We fight back. Today the cab driver is using GPS. The garbage man is using the same thing. We're driven by a kind of technology and we must have our share of it. I want children in jail even to have on trial attention on how to do a computer. To help break down recidivism. Because if you're a literate computer, you can do apps and codes. And program, you can get a job in the place you want in the country. Please join PUSHTECH. I want to thank our brother, Dr. Joseph Bryant, for leading this effort. God bless you.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Here we are at day number 2 for our 6th annual PUSHTECH Summit. This year, we're not calling it PUSHTECH 2020 as we did for the first 5 years. You do understand that 2020 wasn't just about a year, it was about vision. It was about establishing vision. And the vision was we wanted to see an improved look in Silicon Valley, in technology. And it was all about diversity and inclusion. So going forward, this conference is known as the PUSHTECH Diversity and Inclusion Conference. We are so excited to have you with us. I'm Dr. Joseph Bryant Jr. I have the humble privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Silicon Valley Bay Area, Northern California, West Coast office under the leadership of the one and only Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson. It's great to have this moment with you. It's great to take this time out to pause and to look at where we've come in these first 6 years. And as I said last night, we've come a long way, but we've still got a long way to go. I want you to make sure that you're engaging with us. Make sure, go ahead and let us know, those of you who are watching right now, go ahead and put it in the chat. However you're watching us, whatever method you're doing, this is PUSHTECH, so we've got to integrate technology, everybody. So drop us into the chat, some kind of message, anything, whatever you got. Tell us who you are. Tell us where you're from. Tell us who you work for. Tell us who you love. Something. We want everyone engaged with us as we get into some significant conversation today. We've got a lot of wonderful presenters that we want to share throughout this experience on today. It's going to be great because we're talking about diversity and inclusion and equity. We're talking about the idea of supplier diversity and what that means and what it looks like. We're going to even hit on diversity in sports because the sports world has taken an active role in making sure that inclusion is a reality. And so sit back, relax, engage, tell a friend, tag a friend, let us know that you're with us. But more than anything, get ready for the day. And I'm so honored, so privileged to be able to present our first panel on tech and the new normal. You know, COVID has made all of us shift a little bit. COVID has created for us more opportunities in one sense, but it's also exposed a lot of things we were already aware of. And so we're very grateful, very excited, very thankful for this amazing panel that's going to kick us off today, that's going to be led by the one and only from CNN, the incredible founder of Dream Corp Tech, the one and only, my friends, my brother, Mr. Van Jones.
Hello, everybody. My name is Van Jones, and I am just unbelievably thrilled to get a chance to moderate this panel. We're calling it Tech in the New Normal, Leadership and Shifts in the Industry in the Era of COVID-19. Part of the reason I think it's important for us to do this is because we often talk about Black history. We talk about our past and lifting up our past, but we also got to talk about the Black future. And there's been no, I think, leader in the past 30, 40, 50 years who has been more deeply rooted and deeply grounded in our history as a historical figure, an aide to Dr. King. Nobody who's done more through sweeping through the back half of the last century, and nobody who's been more intent on making sure that the future works out well for us than Reverend Jesse Jackson. And for me, it's anytime he asks me to do anything, the answer is just yes. Because from 1968, when Dr. King was killed, to 2008, when Obama was elected, was a 40-year period of in the wilderness for justice. And you cannot have a span that long without having a center post. And that center post was Reverend Jesse Jackson. Literally 20 years in, 1988, 1984, then 88, his presidential runs transformed politics. We would not have had Barack Obama had Reverend Jackson in 2008, had Reverend Jackson not changed the rules in 1988 to make sure that people were treated fairly in terms of proportional representation. Had you not had Reverend Jackson in 88, you wouldn't have had Obama in 2008. I would have never been in the White House. None of us are sitting where we're sitting without Reverend Jackson's incredible leadership, contribution, courage, strength, and he's still at it. And so PUSHTECH, I was there 6 years ago for the launch of it, and we're still pushing in the technology sector. And we could not have a better bunch of folks to talk about this stuff than we have right now. Real leaders, people who've gotten real stuff done, representing some of the most important companies in the technology sector, representing some of the most important movements in the technology sector. We're going to get a chance to hear from Brian Tippins. He's at Hewlett Packard. You may have heard of Hewlett Packard. He's the chief sustainability officer there. Janaea Ingram is here. She's from Airbnb. You may have heard of Airbnb. She's the director of the 21st Century Communities Initiatives, talking about that future. We also have Antonio Williams. Everybody calls him Tony Williams, but I'm gonna call him Antonio because that's what it says on the slide. He's executive director of external affairs for Comcast. We've all heard of Comcast. And I'm also excited that Michelle Ferguson is here. She is the National Director of Community Initiatives for Dream Corps, an organization I helped to get started. And she leads the effort, which used to be called Yes We Code, now it's called Dream Corps Tech. I got a chance to get started with Prince. And so we've got the heavy hitters here. We've got the people who don't just talk the talk, they walk the walk. And I want to just get into it. And I think I will start with Janaea. What did your company do as an immediate response to the pandemic? Everybody knew at some point we were going to have to get more digital and smarter about this stuff, but suddenly the whole world changes. What did your company do in response to the pandemic?
Yeah, it's a great question. Obviously, Airbnb is a company that is in the travel industry. So when the pandemic hit, our business was hit in a major way in terms of the impact to our hosts, with global travel ceasing during that time. So we really looked internally to figure out how we could be a help during the time of the immediate days of everything shutting down and realizing that there was such a need for medical assistance. So one of the first things that we did was we started to look at how we could provide housing for first responders who were needing to travel to different cities. And that was a program that really leaned on one of our core programs, our core philanthropic programs called Open Homes, which is now actually Airbnb.org, and really looking at ways, again, that hosts could open up their homes, whether they were there or not, to people who were traveling to different cities. Given what we saw with all of the people in hospitals and people needing to travel, nurses traveling to different cities, the response was really to look at how we could use our business and the core of our business to be a help in those days. Additionally, for our hosts, a lot of what we did was look at how we could support our hosts through this pandemic. Many of our hosts leverage Airbnb to help bring in additional resources for them and their families. Using their homes to rent out to travelers means that they get to potentially pay for college or put money away for retirement. And so having the impact that it had on our hosts, we knew that our host community was also going to be majorly impacted. And so we created 2 separate funds that helped our host community. And then the other important thing that we did was create an extenuating circumstances policy that really went to guests. Knowing that guests were not going to be able to travel, we really wanted to make sure that people weren't having to make hard decisions about the money that they had already spent for their listing, planning to travel. And so we created an extenuating circumstances policy, which basically allowed travelers to cancel at no penalty. So there were a whole host of things that we did. I think I would be remiss to not mention the one business aspect that we looked at was we have something called experiences, which connects travelers and cities with hosts who are experts in a thing, or it could be a musician. You could learn how to make pasta. You could do a yoga class with a yoga professional. We looked at a way to create online experiences, which would really serve to bring people together as people were staying home. And that has been a huge advantage for our business. We've seen online experiences continue, even as people are starting to get out and travel into the real world. We know that online experiences has been something that we expect to stick around. So that was the other thing that we had done from a business perspective. But it's a great question, Van.
I want to move on, but I'm just so curious. So you helped some of the first responders, some of the people who needed a place to stay. You also had some funds to help the people who were opening up their homes. You wanted to make sure that your other customers didn't get hurt in the pocketbook because they had hoped the world would be one way. It turned out to be another way. And you also figured out ways to use all of that stuff to give people some online experiences. But how'd you deal with that? Because you're making massive decisions, massive changes. And y'all you're stuck at home too. How did the internal idea factory kick in to come up with all this stuff and to get it done?
I will tell you, it was actually amazing to witness internally. I think it obviously, again, we are in the travel industry. And so the impact to our business was unlike some other businesses. And I'm sure my colleagues that are on this panel will have different experiences. Our experience was very unique in that global travel shutting down meant that our business in a lot of ways ground to a halt.
Yeah.
And so internally, I think that there were a lot of people who were looking for ways to be helpful in this moment. We had employees who were coming up with ideas both of how to help in the immediate moment and how to help once the pandemic was over. Of course, we didn't know when that was going to be, and I think we can safely say we still don't. But essentially, looking at ways that we could use all of the tools that we have at our disposal to help. And I think that was part of where the first responders, providing stays for first responders came from, was understanding what our assets were and being able to leverage them.
Well, I think of all the companies, you would assume that you guys would be the most scared, running, hiding, upset, begging for, a miracle. Instead, you're using what you have to help people. I think that's really extraordinary. Brian, I want to go to you now and talk a little bit about, you're in a different business, but a similar situation. How did the pandemic impact, your company, and what do you think going forward you've learned that's going to continue to be some of the innovations and adaptations that are going to be important?
Yeah, I'd say similar to Janae, we took a very similar approach. We're in, as you mentioned, Van, a much different position where Airbnb is very much consumer focused in the travel industry, touching kind of individual consumers on a day-to-day basis. We're in a much different position. Hewlett Packard Enterprise is very much an enterprise services company, providing services to governments and big businesses around the world. Our customers are chief information officers, chief technology officers, so slightly different situation, but we took the very same approach. We looked first at what are our core competencies from a business standpoint and where we could be a force for good, right? Whether it was using our financial services arm to provide, some reduced payment obligations for some of our customers who are going through tough financial positions of their own, or leveraging some of our intellectual property and providing COVID relief, some of our big technology and big data that was so much needed around COVID relief efforts, or using our philanthropic dollars, right, to donate to some of those COVID relief efforts. So we first looked at what we could do from a company standpoint, but then kind of to your point, Van, we also looked internally. What should we be thinking about for our own team members, our own employee base? And we did like what every company does, first think about like the physical health and safety of our team members, immediately shutting down facilities and making it very easy for our team members to work from home, providing the connectivity and the tools that they needed to do so. And by the way, we still have not yet returned to offices, and we're not in a hurry to do so until it's safe to do so everywhere we do business around the world. And so we first gravitated towards how to remain productive and making sure everyone was safe. One thing we did was very quickly pivot to beyond the physical safety of our team members, thinking about the mental health and well-being of team members who are now working at home in conditions where they might feel a little bit isolated. It's easy to feel disconnected. Remember that shortly after we went home to COVID, there was all these other things going on in the environment between George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery. There's all these different pulls on our attention that were causing a lot of stress, a lot of post-traumatic stress in our team members. And so we thought about what we could do very systematically to address mental health and well-being of our team members, and rolled out a series of programs under what we call a banner of For Real Life. Solutions for real life, right? Around beyond typical, every corporation has a pick up the phone and call employee assistance program if you're feeling stressed out. But we thought a lot about what we can do beyond that. A lot of communication with our team members, more time on the Zooms during the all team members, focusing on transparency, but also providing tools. We, for example, provided Headspace app access to all of our team members around the world, and a number of other tools and resources to make sure that we're not also, not only making sure that our team members are physically safe, but also focusing on mental health and well-being.
That's a lot. Everybody keeps talking about this Headspace app. I'm gonna have to get on that.
You gotta try it, man.
Maybe I'll cut back on my therapy bills a little bit. I tell you, is it Tony? Is it Antonio? Is it Mr. Williams?
Tony works.
You know, obviously, in some ways, the business that you're in, probably more people are using your services because people were stuck at home. But talk a little bit about what you were doing in your company.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, just thank you, Van. Thank you to Rainbow Push for having us here and hosting this conversation. I also gotta give a shout out to Janae and to Airbnb. When COVID hit, my family, we're immigrants from Panama, and we came to New York. When COVID hit, two of my sister-in-laws were stuck in New York. They wanted to flee. They wanted to feel safe. They came down here to DC. They were staying with us for a little while, but they needed another place to stay. And Airbnb really, while hotels and other things were shut down, Airbnb and their hosts provided that space. So it's really, I think, just to again, give Janae and the Airbnb team a shout out, but also to thank them for the work they did to make those spaces available and safe.
I'm gonna check your Venmo account. I think she might have paid you to say that. That's too much of a coincidence.
What I'll say is we had a very different experience, right? So, while the travel industry might have ground to a halt, right, our business went into overdrive. And so when you think about Comcast, NBC Universal, right, there are two things that we do, right? We provide connectivity and we tell people stories. We keep them informed about what's going on. In both of these moments in time, right, we saw both of those things, that there was a hunger for that. So we saw our network traffic surge anywhere from 30 to 50%, right? We saw all of a sudden Americans go home. They have to stay connected in that space, right? And how do we make sure that happens? How do we handle the load of people who are already online and already our customers? But how do we ensure that those people who are not online, that they have the ability to get online? And then equally, how do we keep people informed about what's going on? So we did a couple of things. And let me just start with the news side. It's a little bit simpler, right? But we, on our news coverage, we focused to make sure that we were constantly telling stories, constantly keeping people informed. While we covered some of the official press conferences, we made sure that we were actually getting scientists and people who had facts out front. We're telling those stories. That we created a website, the first one with COVID facts, so that people could understand exactly how to keep themselves and their families safe. And then when vaccines came out, we created the Plan Your Vaccine campaign that allowed people, no matter what state they were in or county or city, to easily navigate, figure out how they could book a vaccine appointment for them, their loved ones, their families, to keep them safe. As we reach this moment where we get 220 million Americans vaccinated, we don't want to forget what a struggle it was and how quickly we had to operationalize to get those things set up there. On the broadband side, the first and foremost thing we did was we kept the network running. I mentioned a 30 to 50% surge in traffic. When we saw this hit Europe, when we saw this hit Asia, they had to slow their traffic down. They had to slow their internet down. They had to talk to companies like Netflix and YouTube and ask them to either pause their service or degrade their service. And in the US, we didn't have to do that at all. In fact, we rose to meet that challenge. And that really meant, that was really because of our engineers who were working really just overtime to do that, as well as the investment.
Wait. You got to stop.
Sure.
How did y'all do that? Because your engineers should have been scared at home with masks looking out the window, terrified. So how did you pull this off?
Yeah, so it's a couple things, right? So one, we did go home, we did go shelter in place, but we also needed to keep this essential infrastructure working. And so we as we made sure that we understood how COVID operated, we made sure that our employees were safe, that they had the right kind of cleaning supplies, the ability to socially distance, so that they could go out there and keep the network healthy. And then we also implemented over this time a lot of new technology, that things that we've been working on that enabled us to increase speeds, increase capacity overnight, really, to improve people's broadband experience. We also, that was for our current customers. We want to spend, I guess, a little bit of time then talking about how we, about the digital divide, because there are also a lot of folks who just weren't online already. And we know that, when you look at people who aren't online, that largely it's a result of, it's families that earn less than $40,000 a year. these are low income households that can't afford any new bill. I actually started my career at Comcast creating the largest broadband adoption program in America, largest non-state sponsored broadband adoption program in the world called Internet Essentials. We've connected 10 million low-income Americans to $10 broadband product. That service, we immediately bumped the speed of that service from 25.3 to 55 to enable families connected higher speeds, allow them to do their work from home and schooling. Understand that not everyone is in a Comcast area, but we wanted to be an industry leader in showing how we could respond and enable those. We created partnerships with school districts, with foundations, with businesses to connect to their communities. So in places like Chicago, in Atlanta, Philadelphia, Prince George's County, right out here, Washington, D.C., right? We created partnerships that enabled, them to connect school students for zero. The cost to each family was zeroed out, and that was picked up by a third party. Sometimes that was us, sometimes that was the school district using CARES dollars, sometimes that was a foundation or another corporate partner. And go ahead.
That's really good. I mean, that was one of the big terrible things that happened was you had, so many kids who are stuck at home, and, some parents are complaining, oh, my kid's on Zoom so much. And other kids like, my kids can't get on Zoom. I wish I could complain about Zoom classrooms. I don't have anything. So you guys were out there trying to make a difference in that.
Absolutely. Wanted to lean in there. And, and while we were focused on those students and focused on low income families, we also didn't forget that there are also, folks who, might not have had internet already at their home, and that, they're going back home, and I know when I first was starting out and I was a Hill staffer, a Lilly Hill staffer, I was in the office all day working, and then I would come back home, it'd be late night. So I didn't necessarily have broadband at home. All of a sudden now I would need to. So what we did is we offered for teachers, for faculty, for university students, folks who also were going home, we offered them an opportunity to get 2 months for free. So no cost for internet, and help them get online, help them as they were making that transition. The other thing that we did, we opened up our Wi-Fi, so that was free for everyone. And we also started to realize more and more as we lean into it, that there are also a lot of students who just don't have a safe place to go to. So we started to work with community organizations in our communities to create a safe place for them. We call these lift zones. We are trying to create 1,000 of them.
What do you call them?
Lift zones.
Lift,
like lifting up zones. Mm-hmm. And what these are is really what we did is we partnered with groups who, in places that had large, rec centers, classrooms, other things, places where people could be socially distanced, right? We provided free connectivity and business speed services and the technology, the computers and other things that could be in this space, so that folks had a safe place to connect. Because a lot of families, don't have the privilege that the five of us here do, right? So they a lot of folks don't have the space or have their own office where they can shut the door and be quiet. And this created a place where they can learn and can lean into that learning. So that was some of the ways that we responded to the crisis here and tried to work with.
I think it's great. I think it's great that you did that. I mean, obviously, you literally have the two ends of the spectrum from a business point of view. One business gets, put on its butt, but they stand up and help other people. You guys got flush with, interest, but I mean, when you have a 20, 30, 40% increase in demand for your services, that doesn't necessarily mean you're getting 20, 30% more money in that moment. And you also have a workforce that has to be extra protected. So just managing what you were doing with the increase in demand on your team and trying to keep them safe could have been enough, but you went above and beyond that to try to help people. Michelle is somebody who's been going above and beyond to help people a lot her whole life, and certainly in her role at the Dream Corps. I wonder, as you look at these three extraordinary leaders, you spend so much of your life trying to get our young people prepared to sit in their chairs. You spend so much of your life trying to recruit and find young talent and get them trained and get them ready and get them understanding the corporate culture so they can someday sit in these chairs. And you see the difference it makes when you have people who come from communities that understand struggle and understand need. When they get in those positions, they do a little bit more sometimes, and they're a part of those conversations and add a little bit of urgency and magic and smarts to it. So the work that you're doing, Michelle, is so important. As you look at your constituency and what they went through this past year, these young people you're trying to work with, how did they experience it? What needs did you see? And how did Dreamcore Tech respond?
When COVID hit, the world as we knew it changed or stopped, but the issues of our people didn't stop. More, in fact, they heightened. Same thing for our students. So we had to shift our entire model for being in-person training those students to take on tech roles, sometimes their first tech role, to being virtual, how we see here. But one of those barriers, they didn't have access to broadband. So we had to quickly find resources and tools to provide them tools, education, and money to have sustainable internet so that we can transform our model of teaching them very critical skills, technical skills, foundational skills, soft skills, so they can be better prepared for those jobs. But what we also saw, especially after the George Floyd murder, where one of our cohorts were there on the ground during that, was that we had to support our students even mentally. And that was mentioned here on this panel, that they're dealing with so much trauma, not just not having, internet or their COVID, not knowing if they're going to get sick, but am I even going to live to see the next day to even take this job that I'm being trained for? So we not only acted as mentors and trainers, we acted as therapists for them too, and creating a safe space for them just to breathe and be human. That's really what we focus here at Dreamcore. Dreamcore Tech is bringing soul and humanizing tech. How do we make this a humanizing touch point, how we make human-centered design of what we're doing? Even what we're doing at Zoom, that was a very transactional type of meeting that we used to do before COVID. And then going into COVID, we're thrusted into having to sit in front of the computer for 8+ hours a day. Well, how do we make that a human touch point? So we had to tackle that. How
did you do it?
We had a lot of focus groups. So we would take time, we would do lunch and learns that was not focused on anything that had to do with what our instruction was. So having mental check-ins, how are you doing? How is your family? How is your mental health today? How is your spiritual health today? And it really showed that we had concern, not just for the bottom line of making sure we sustained or made our quota of putting them in jobs, but making sure that that whole person is alive and well and that they can thrive and not just survive in the times that we are in. We had student success coordinators, someone who is on the ground, knows the lay of the land, that can help them with their unique needs. Because even though we are a people who may be the same color, there's a certain need of that city that we don't understand, that someone who's on the ground would know, I need to meet this specific need for this person because we're in the Twin Cities, or this specific need of someone who's in New York. So we had someone on the ground who was the mom or dad of the program to really be that second line of communication, in addition to myself and my team that we lead out.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's amazing how everybody suddenly found a different gear of flexibility, adaptability, resilience, creativity. So often the world isn't designed to let people who look like we do be in positions to express our genius. I think we wind up wasting a lot of genius in this country because you got a lot of secretaries that should have been CEOs. You got a lot of nurses that should have been surgeons. You got a lot of people who have talent that has not been tapped. I want to hear from each of you as you look forward. What more could be done or should be done so that we can have some more Janaes and Brian's and Tony's and Michelle's. I think, especially when we think about what PUSHTECH is all about, what Reverend Jackson's all about, he's about opening those doors. He's about making sure that we don't leave anybody out or leave anybody behind. And he was doing that in the 60s and he's still doing that today. The challenges are different. What are some things that we need to start doing and stop doing to get more people who look like us in these positions to do the kind of great work you were just describing? Let me start with you, Janae.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Michelle, thank you for talking about the work that you do first and how important it is. Obviously Reverend Jackson and Rainbow Push have been at this for years. Before anyone was thinking about tech and thinking about the impacts of diversity in tech, Reverend Jackson was calling attention to the issue, as he has done for so many issues. And so kudos to him, kudos to Rainbow Push and PUSHTECH. This conference is so important, and it is a clarion call for tech and tech leaders to pay attention to how they are living up to the ideals that come along with every diversity and inclusion office or diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. It's not enough to come to these conferences and just talk about what you're doing. You really have to put some commitment behind it. I'm inspired by the work that Rainbow Push is doing, and I know that they have their initiative bringing together churches and bringing together, tech companies. Train the trainer model is something that we are proud to work with them on. We're really looking forward to, again, bringing more people who look like us into tech positions, into tech companies. Diversity is not just an idea. It is something that drives the bottom line. It drives innovation. And, obviously I'm preaching to the choir here. We all know the value that we bring to the tech industry. And so I think, for companies that are, again, attending conferences like this, it's bigger than just sending someone to speak about these initiatives. It's about connecting with organizations like Dream Core Tech. It's about connecting with, other organizations like Rainbow Push and making sure we're opening those doors of opportunity. It's funny because I had created a similar program to what Rainbow Push was doing when I was at National Action Network. And it is an innovative idea that I think opens a lot of doors by creating those pathways, by bridging the digital divide. When we talk about what the pandemic did, it exposed, to Michelle's point, it exposed a lot of the things that many of us have been fighting for years, and especially those people who are activists and advocates. I still consider myself an activist. I'm a corporate activist now, but yeah, I think, a lot of these issues are being exposed through the pandemic, and we know that those things are not going away without actual action behind it. So, it is about investing those dollars. What we saw after last summer, the racial reckoning that took place, a lot of companies making commitments, those commitments have to go beyond just last summer. And I think what we will see is a continuation of, pressure and scrutiny of those companies who stepped up. I am an activist, but I work in corporate now. And I'm proud to have brought those skills with me into a corporate setting. And I think I would love to see more of my colleagues go into tech, into corporate America, because I think we have a unique perspective in bringing that activism internally and really shifting the corporate paradigm that has existed for far too long and has in many ways left things stagnant. So.
I appreciate your journey and Brian, it does seem like at one time you had to be kind of swimming upstream almost to raise these topics and raise these issues. It seems to me now that there's a consumer questioning and demanding and clamoring for more justice, more inclusion, climate concerns, environmental concerns, gender concerns. It seems to me that on social media, companies and leaders can be questioned in this area. And now even from an investment point of view, you have pension funds and other funds that are these screens asking about what are you doing when it comes to justice. So you have the activist spirit, and that's always needed. Is it beginning to get a little bit easier to make the case? Are there some of these external changes making it a little bit easier to make the case?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's the piece of this argument that's net new, right? Those of us who have been in this for a while know that this focus and the need to do more, do better is not new by any means. And we've seen a lot of good improvement over the last several years, and all credit to Reverend Jackson, Rainbow Push, for coming into the Valley, into tech specifically, and calling on companies to be transparent, to talk about how they're going to provide opportunity for people who look like us, right? And I think that resulted in a lot of, initially, that transparency, opening up the book and talking about the demographics, which led to a focus on the numbers. What's your numbers of representation? And that's great. I know Reverend Jackson talks about sunlight being a powerful disinfectant, right? So it's about being disclosing and sharing the numbers first, but it has to go well beyond just reporting the numbers and what can we do to change the numbers. And it's one thing when the drive to do so is social. We all know it's the right thing to do, but that only takes us so far. When you're talking about corporates, we've got to be looking at that bottom line. So Van, I completely agree. I think at no point in time has there been more focus than now on all things ESG, environmental social governance, right? And that's what keeps us up at night, right? It's around how we're telling our environmental stories because investors care, customers care, governments around the world care about carbon emissions, energy efficiency, that green story. And that's a big part of the work that we drive. But the S in ESG is becoming even more important. It's around our social messaging. And not because it's a nice touchy-feely thing to do, it's because the investment community cares, because our customers in the marketplace care. It's about human capital measures of diversity and inclusion, pay equity and parity. And when the investment communities care and the customers care, corporates perk up a little bit more and have to focus a little bit more. So we'll take it if that's the driver right now that makes it easier, to your point, Van, to have those discussions, because it's not diversity and inclusion because it's the right thing to do. It's diversity and inclusion because it drives business initiatives, drives revenue at the end of the day. And that's what it's all about for corporations.
Tony, do you see it the same way in terms of this this new environment?
I see some things that are similar, but look, I think that there's been a movement towards ESG. I think there's been a movement towards D&I and practicing that for some time, right? I think I ask myself, what's unique about this moment? What's unique about COVID, and what was unique, what we learned? And what I really think here is it was an unveiling, a revealing moment, right, where we understood that there were two Americas, right? There was the America that was able to go home, stay connected, stay employed, and who watched, their 401ks grow. And then there was another America that was ravaged by COVID-19, that was unable to connect without help, and that has been underinvested in for millennia, right? But certainly for the last 200 years of American history here. And what I think this moment did, right, was not just reveal it, but it called on us and calling companies, government, and the public sector, not just to go into our own shells, right, but to figure out how to work together, right? When you're confronted with a challenge this large, the places that did it the best were able to come out of their silos and figure out, how do we all work together to solve this problem? So you looked at some places where there was a lot of finger pointing. Can someone else solve this problem? Can someone else? And then there were other places that said, right, you look at, that said, okay, how does industry, how does the philanthropy, how does the community, how does government all come together? How does government use their power as a convener to solve these big problems? I think that, to me, is the umbrella concept. That, to me, was the paradigm shift. And that's the paradigm shift that we need to continue moving forward. To your earlier question, just while the mic, you said, what are the things that we can do to sort of, if you would, add a little bit more color to the mix here, right? And help people get to the levels where folks are. And I think that there are 4 things. It's about, one, community-based outreach, right? There's a lot of free offers that the low-income communities get. A lot of them have hooks or tricks, right? They need trusted messengers. We need to put STEM education in our public schools. If you look at our public schools in urban, low-income areas, they do not have STEM education classes. We need to do skills-based hiring on the employer side, right? And think about, how do we not just look at what school you went to, but the skills that you have? And we need to have sort of an internship, apprenticeship models that we start to roll out and that we work on. So I think that there's, we're starting to, I think that's how you get more color into our industries, and that's how you start to grow that human capital.
I'm so glad you said that. And I know it's cliche to say, but the children are our future. But the issue is, right now, we are preparing our children off of a blueprint that we used, or our parents or grandparents used, and not using a blueprint for their future. What is their future of jobs going to look like? So we preach and tell them, hey, go to school, go to college, get this degree, you'll get out with a great job. Well, now they have to battle debt. Now the average cost for a general education out of college is $100,000. Well, most of us, or most of them, are not going to make $100K for the first 10 years of their career. But technology, as Van says, is eating the world. There's every job now, every facet, every industry that has a tech component. We should be teaching our children to be creators of the tech that they use every single day. So I'm a strong proponent for having STEM and CS classes, computer science classes, in the elementary school system, K through 12. And you'd be surprised that most schools still to this day do not have access to that resources, especially for our vulnerable youth. So it is very crucial for us to train them early. So we have to reskill and upskill all of our people. So upskilling our children, but reskilling our adult population, to your point, using the skills that they do have to pivot into a career. You could be a salesman at McDonald's, you're charismatic, you can sell, you can transfer that into a tech sales role. So we have to look outside of what school did I go to, look outside of this employee referral system that most tech companies have, and they kind of stay in their good boys group and branch out. You have diamonds in the rough in your backyard who can sell and can code just as well as anybody else. Especially those in our community, they love to write music, produce music. And if you can write and produce music, you can code. Back when IBM first started, they were looking for musicians and chess players to help put together their programming. We have all of this creative energy, creative mindsets in our communities and communities of color that can be helping prepare and build better things. So I think reskilling and upskilling is the best way to get more color into the industry.
Well said. Everybody's nodding. You almost got a standing ovation on a Zoom. That's hard. That's hard to do.
I wanted to snap. I was like, "Go, girl!" Yes.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. You know, it is really true, and I'll just add my 2 cents on it, which is that, you know, I went to law school when I was in my 20s, because in the last century that was the power move. In the last century, everybody's a lawyer, damn near. Nelson Mandela is a lawyer. Gandhi is a lawyer. The Kennedy brothers are lawyers. Castro is a lawyer. Lenin is a lawyer. Why are all these lawyers, standing so tall in the last century? Because that was a century of states and citizenship, civil rights. Is this country going to be a colony, or is it going to be independent? That's a question for lawyers. Are you a second-class citizen, first-class citizen? Can you vote? Those are questions for lawyers. Is the law going to be on the side of the oppressor or the oppressed? Those are questions for lawyers. So in the last century, it was disproportionately, Thurgood Marshall all the way down, lawyers who were in the forefront. Except for Barack and Michelle Obama, I can't think of a significant lawyer in the 21st century. You could think of, what you think about, this is the century of commerce and communications. This is the century of the Zuckerbergs, the Elon Musks, the Jay-Z's, the Beyoncé's. It's the people who can understand commerce and communications, which is increasingly about technology. And what you're seeing now is technology disrupt every industry and create new winners and new losers. People were crying about, the taxi industry being knocked over by Uber, the hotel industry being impacted by Airbnb. You now have these mobility services where people on these little, I don't know what they're doing. They're zipping around, on these little scooter bikes and stuff. I don't know what's going on. You have all of this disruption, and for people who are getting caught flat-footed, it's terrible. But for people who weren't winning under the old regime anyway, it's a tremendous opportunity for us to get in on the ground floor of what will be trillion-dollar industries. When you're talking about artificial intelligence, when you're talking about virtual reality, augmented reality, cryptocurrency, biotech. Whenever I talk this way, people say, well, Van, Black students don't know nothing about this. Black folks are not talking about this. I say, you are correct. And 99% of white folk not talking about it either, because this is new. So if it's new, by definition, and we are equal in our ignorance, we are equal in our inexperience, there's true equality with regard to these new things. And so we have to make sure, I believe, that folks like Michelle and others have the ability to capture the imagination of this next generation, and then be able to point to people like you three and say, look, you can get there. This is not pie in the sky stuff. And, we could get in on the ground floor of some of these new trillion-dollar industries and help to build the future. See, the future used to be written in law in Washington, D.C. Now the future is written in computer code at your companies. They probably updated your cell phone while we were talking. I mean, that's how fast they're rewriting the future. When Congress can't even meet before they've rewritten the future. So, I want to just give everybody, we only have about 10 minutes left. I just want to give everybody a chance to say a word of appreciation and acknowledgement to Reverend Jackson. He had the Wall Street Project going before any African-American leaders were even thinking about finance. He was talking about the digital divide before the first .com crash. I mean, he has been so visionary, and I just want to make sure we just take an opportunity to talk about the contribution that Reverend Jesse Jackson has made in all of our lives, and give him his due. And I'll let you start, Janelle.
Well, I've started by saying that the Rainbow Push Coalition and all of their work around tech has been, it was the thing that they brought to light when no one else was paying attention. And so much of their work has made it possible for me to sit in a company like Airbnb. And we are really proud to partner with them. Reverend Jackson has been in the movement. I know this year he'll be celebrating his 80th birthday. He's been in the movement for most of his life. And just thinking about all of the many contributions, you started, Van, by talking about the contributions that led to ultimately President Obama being able to be elected through the work of Reverend Jesse Jackson. But so many of the people who are my mentors and the people who I look up to are people who had their door, they came through the door that he opened for them. My mentor, Reverend Sharpton, is, that's his mentee. And that relationship exists to this day. I think about people like the Color Girls, Yolanda Caraway, Mignon Moore, Donna Brazil, Tina Flournoy, and Leah Daughtry. Those women are also, mentors to me and came through the Jackson campaign. And so, not only has he touched our community in a way that has made it possible for us to enter spaces and places where we did not exist by calling attention to things like Wall Street, again, when no one was paying attention, to calling attention to what's happening in tech, to thinking about sports and entertainment, to the Peachtree project that they do down in Atlanta, to the policy conference that happens in DC. Just really always at the forefront of bringing attention to how these issues are impacting the Black community and ensuring that we have a space at the table. And if nobody's making space for us, I know Reverend Jackson is going to be kicking the door down. So I am so grateful for all of the support and the work with Reverend Jackson and Rainbow Push and the whole team, and just really could not imagine me being in this seat without them.
Agree. Brian, do you agree?
Yeah, I totally agree. It all resonates. I was just thinking this morning, I didn't know you were going to ask this question, but I was thinking about the fact that, so I'm born in 1972, born and raised in West Oakland, California, to parents who had left the South in the Great Migration, right? I achieved far more than one would have thought, right? I haven't gone to law school and done the things that I've done, but I realized this morning that there hasn't been a day of my life, having been born in 1962, there hasn't been a day of my life that Reverend Jackson wasn't fighting for me, right? And how impactful that is. And I completely appreciate that I could not be here without the work of Reverend Jackson and others in the movement, and that I stand on the shoulders of giants. When I think about my industry specifically, it's kind of a funny memory, and some of the audience may remember this. We're here at PUSHTECH in a virtual environment right now for all the reasons we understand, but there was a time not long ago when we were in person, and I had the honor to host this at our corporate headquarters in Palo Alto. Janae was there and shared a stage with us as well. And there was a panel discussion of chief diversity officers on the stage. Janae, you probably remember, I can't remember who moderated this, but there was a question asked to everyone just to open up the discussion. Please introduce yourself, the name of your company, how long you've been chief diversity officer, and how long your company has had a chief diversity officer. And I won't call out any companies, but every one of those companies says, my name is so-and-so, I've been in the role 1 year, and we've had a program 2 years, or I'm the very first chief diversity officer, or I'm the very first one, and but it was very telling that everyone had come in this era post Rainbow Push and Reverend Jackson making their inroads into the Valley, right? And so all that to say, a number of different forces have led to the increased scrutiny around the lack of diversity in tech, but I give all credit to Reverend Jackson Rainbow Push for really driving for that change that led to many of us to be in those roles to help drive change. We have a lot more work to do, but really wouldn't be where we are without Reverend Jackson.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. How do you see it, Tony?
When I think about Reverend Jackson, I actually think about an experience that I had with my family not too long ago. And we were driving down this road in West Virginia, and there was a turtle in the middle of the road. And we swerved around it, right, and on our way. And then I forget what we were doing. And we were coming back, and we saw the same turtle, but it wasn't on the middle of the road. It was like up on a rock, sitting on the side of the road in a safe space. And I said, oh, look, the turtle's in the rock. And My mom, who had the window down because she still smokes, just turns to me and said, well, you know, it didn't get there by itself. And I think that that's really, when I think about Reverend Jackson, it's very similar. You know, I don't think, none of us got here by ourselves, right? We got here because of Reverend Jackson, because of the work that he's done. He has been a personal role model in the way that he has conducted himself, the way that he has forced open doors, the way he has worked with government and business leaders. He has been a role model in terms of opening up the access of the ballot. You know, you mentioned his 2 presidential runs, Van, but you know, here in DC, he was our first state shadow senator. He fought for DC to be the 51st state and to have rights, so that we actually had the right to vote, that we could vote for. In fact, when he first started that, we did not have the right to elect our own mayor, right, or our own city council. He helped to make us a city and to give us those rights. And once we started to have that political power, that's when the doors of business opened up, right? Because all of a sudden, then if businesses wanted to do business with Black leaders, with Black folks who were earning more money as they were part of government, they then needed to have representation inside their companies. They need to speak to these populations. So Reverend Jackson not just opened that door, he walked us through it. He helped us get up onto that rock.
I love hearing that and all the different ways that he's touched. Michelle, you're a little bit younger than the rest of us, but do you see it the same way?
Yeah, I can glean from Reverend Jackson when I think about his legacy. I see him as not only an apostle, but a prophet in the marketplace. And he was someone who's like a fig tree who's bared great fruit from all the leaders that he has bore, starting even from you. And you have been great fruit, who has been the tree planted. You have seeds and people like me to come up after that. So it's a legacy of a trickle down effect or ripple down effect. So I am greatly appreciative of Reverend Jackson and the PUSHTECH coalition, because I would not be here without it. You mentioned that, you know, now knowing communications is the way to get in. I was a comm major, so I didn't even touch code, and really here charting that path, understanding people and how to communicate with them and how that translates. So again, a prophet and an apostle in the marketplace. And without him, I wouldn't be here, and those who come after me wouldn't be here. So I'm greatly appreciative of him and his legacy and what he has done. He has bore a lot of whips, a lot of scars for us, for our people to get to where we are now. And I'm eternally grateful for him for that. So thank you.
I'll just say in the end that I saw my father cry once. My dad was born in 1944, Orange Mound, Memphis. As you guys know, one of the biggest ghettos in the South. Extends from Memphis all the way down to Mississippi. In what you would call a shotgun shack if you saw it today. Joined the military to get out of poverty. Was a cop in the military, tough dude. I saw him cry one time, 1988, Reverend Jackson at Democratic Convention, standing in front of the whole world as a Black man who came within an inch of becoming the first Black nominee, who refused to endorse the party's nominee until they changed the rules to make them fair, because he knew that somebody was going to come back through. And people don't understand, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, when they squared off, under the old rules, Hillary would have won, because she won New York and she won California. So under the old rules, under the pre-Reverend Jackson rules, Hillary would have been the nominee, maybe Obama would have been vice president. And that's how history would have gone. But he fought, even in his defeat personally, to advance our cause, so that he said, I had a lot more votes than I have delegates. And that's not right. I had a lot more votes in the country than I got delegates in this hall. And just to so-called shut him up, they said, well, fine, next time we'll have proportionality. And then he stood up there and gave that incredible speech. And I saw my father cry one time, watching that Black man stand in front of the world, tell the truth about what was going on, and keep fighting for his people. So when I got a chance to shake his hand, it meant something different to me, because my father had passed very recently. Between my father passing and me getting a chance to meet him, it was only the course of about 18 months. And so I got a chance to tell him that. And you just cannot imagine how terribly the century would have turned out if you didn't have Reverend Jackson. If you didn't See, when Dr. King had his Poor People's Campaign, the idea of getting people together across these different lines, the whites and the blacks and the browns and the students, that was a very radical idea. And they didn't know how to execute on it. 20 years later, that Poor People's Campaign coalition, Reverend Jackson has grown into the Rainbow Coalition. That Rainbow Coalition with blacks and browns and all these different things almost gets a nomination. 20 years later, that thing is now called the Obama Coalition and actually got a chance to govern for 8 years. You would have think about how terribly the century would have worked out if nobody could have taken Dr. King's work forward and kept building on it so that a Barack Obama could take it. Think about if no black man had ever reached out to those white farmers in the 80s who were having their farms stolen. If nobody had reached out to those labor unions and marched with them so that white labor could see that black folks are allies. Think how badly the century could have turned out. Think about if he hadn't gone over to Iraq and freed those hostages before the first Gulf War. That could have been, I mean, if that had broken out where you had Americans dying, that war could have gotten out of control. Think about all of the things that this century would have been so much worse. If we don't have enough sense to know who our true leaders are, not who the TV tells us is, but based on deeds and results and fruit, then whatever happens to us, we deserve. But I am always, when I say if Reverend Jackson asks me to do something, I just say when and where. If I gotta do it, a backflip off a bridge into an ocean, whatever, because he would have done it for us. And anytime we get a chance to do anything for Reverend Jackson, for Rainbow Push and PUSHTECH, Dream Corps, we're always here. I appreciate you guys watching. We have, there'll never be no equal and no sequel. Reverend Jesse Jackson, no equal. Nobody came from where he came from and got where he got in that time. You might get there now, but you're running on this grade. He ran straight up the wall. He was Spider-Man. So, Reverend Jesse Jackson, no equal, no sequel. I appreciate this opportunity. I hope that we'll all stay together and keep pushing for justice and inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome. We're talking today about diversity in tech. Specifically, we're going to talk about supplier diversity, inclusion, and equity in tech. Where are we and what's next? I'm Candace Morgan. I'll be your moderator. I'm Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Partner at GV, formerly Google Ventures. And I'm going to hand off to my co-panelists to introduce yourselves. How about we start with Janice? Let's start with you.
Sure. Good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to be here. My name is Janice McBelly. I have been with Amgen for the past 18 years. And for the past 10 years, I have been responsible for our supplier diversity and sustainability program at Amgen. And most recently, I have also been designated as the DIMB lead role, which is diversity, inclusion, and belonging for our corporate function. So I'm wearing two hats, one for the workforce and another one for our suppliers. Glad to be here.
Congratulations, Janice, but that sounds very busy. So sending lots of strength over to you. Deldel, let's go to you.
My name is Deldel Medina, and I am the Executive Director of Black and Brown Founders. We work with founders who are coming in at an idea stage to help them get to their first prototype. And I'm really excited to be in this conversation with you all, more importantly, to learn and engage in conversation. I really want to thank all the organizers of the Rainbow Push Coalition. You guys have done an amazing job, so thank you for inviting me.
Of course. And let me go to you, Chris.
Thanks, Candace. Hi, Chris Gentile. I'm Google's Director of Supplier Diversity and Sustainability. Been with Google for about 13 years, and for the last 10 of those, been working on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs throughout our business and our products. And so as part of that, I started Google's product inclusion efforts, our efforts to get more proximate to communities of color, and have started our supplier diversity program, and now leading it into this next phase.
Excellent. I promise I will not favor Chris, even though we are alphabet brethren. And last but definitely not least, Cynthia.
Hi there, I'm Cynthia Overton. I am Director of Tech Workplace Initiatives at the KPOR Center. We are a racial justice organization dedicated to leveling the playing field in tech. I operate diversity advocates, professional learning communities, advancing diversity and inclusion in the tech industry. I also operate our collective, a community advancing inclusion in tech for Black and Latinx talent, specifically through employee resource groups. And my newest project involves developing curriculum for DEI professionals in the tech industry. So thank you for having me.
Excellent. Wow, that is a super well-rounded role. And I should say, when I first showed up, my previous role, I led diversity and inclusion at Pinterest for 4 years, and I showed up in San Francisco, and Diversity Advocates was one of the first groups that I was able to be a part of. So so nice to have you. And I love how rounded out this group is. We've got supplier diversity experts. Del and I you and I are both in the kind of founder, funding space. And then Cynthia, we've got you working directly in the workplaces with diversity leaders and practitioners, and from a research standpoint with KPOR Center. So I'm excited to jump in. Let's start a little bit with a broader question of how diversity and inclusion has evolved in the tech industry in particular, really over the last 6 years. I choose the 6 years because I would say around 2014, 2015 is when companies started releasing their diversity data publicly. And since then, we've seen not only in the large scale, Fortune 500 companies, but we started to see in the startup environment and the tech environment more diversity initiatives. We started to see some of the first heads of diversity appointed. I took my role in 2015. Are there significant changes that you've observed within the diversity and inclusion space for companies over the last 6 years? Cynthia, let me start with you.
All right. Well, first of all, I want to thank Rainbow PUSHTECH for all the work that they did 6+ years ago, really to encourage the data transparency that really shed a lot of light on the disparities that we see in the tech industry. And also special shout out to Butch Wing, who has really been so instrumental in terms of my professional growth in this space. When we look at the data, we still see significant lingering disparities when it comes to demographics in the tech industry. Currently Black folks make up about 13% of the US population, but only about 5% of employees in tech. Latinx folks make up about 18% of the US population and only 8% of employees in tech. So we still see problems when it comes to representation in the industry. I will say that I have seen tech companies be a lot more vocal about their commitments to diversity, equity, and inclusion over the past 6 years. I really do think that tech companies have maximized their PR staff in this area, but unfortunately, this really has not led to the significant changes that we'd like to see, at least when it comes to Black and Latinx talent experiencing the economic benefits of high-paying jobs in the tech industry.
That's powerful. Yeah, and those stats are even lower for some of the FANG companies. So yeah, definitely. Who wants to add to that? Go ahead, Del.
I can say I have a lot of gray hair now. I've earned it. And I definitely experienced the difference between Rainbow Push coming along and the Reverend Jesse Jackson asking for that information to be public before and after. I was on Sand Hill Road pitching things, and I can tell you the conversation very quickly shifted from we're a meritocracy to, oh my God, the situation is really bad, and having somebody actually write me a check. So one of the first checks that was written to me, I would say, was because of the fact that this information was now public. Like, I knew that the numbers weren't great. A lot of us knew that the numbers weren't great. We were seeing that they weren't great, but until the data was there, nobody was actually willing to act upon it. And I would say that was a watershed moment that actually started a lot of the conversations that a lot of us now are involved in. That was helpful. But I also want to note, in 2021, it would be remiss of me not to mention that Mr. Floyd's murder and Miss Breonna Taylor's murder also were watershed moments that unfortunately a lot of folks had to be woken up in some sort of way, or had to see in the middle of a pandemic how we could continue to have a pandemic of violence against folks to get them to move. And so I would say those, to me, within this last 10 years, has been some moments where conversations have shifted. What I am hoping for, and that I know that we're all working towards, is to make those numbers be better. The numbers haven't changed. And I often think, in the context of Rainbow Push and my collaborations with this team, I think about Dr. King's legacy of wanting to have a movement around economic opportunity, and that work never got done. And so those of us that come from a post-1968 world were lulled into believing that equity had been achieved, but the reality is not even equality had been achieved. And that both these movements and the fact that people, and mind you, I grew up here in the Bay Area, so I think I have a very unique perspective. I saw people from my neighbors being things like plumbers and regular day, everyday working folks, working at banks, having to becoming millionaires and billionaires, because those are the people who can afford to buy houses in the neighborhoods that I grew up. And so it would be remiss of me not to mention the fact that, yes, there is an opportunity to make a lot of change, but the reality is that it's cultural movement, and that cultural movement is tied to economic movement, and that we need to actually be explicit about what we're asking for and where we're seeing opportunities for growth for the leadership within these big companies.
That is so powerful, what you've just shared, because I think incrementally, even when I first arrived, and I had been prior at Catalyst, a nonprofit that's based on the East Coast, that's been focused on women's advancement since the 60s, and intersectional women as well. And what Rainbow Push did, and seeing that data was amazing to me, because I had been doing diversity consulting for nearly 10 years before that happened. And even within the context of those companies, they didn't want to share the data with some of the people who had hired us. So I was like, wow, it really blew my mind. And I do think that those numbers, I mean, it went from, there's one, underrepresented engineer, it went from like the below 1%, but of course we would have hoped that in 6 years we'd move beyond the 3% or the 5%, right? So I think it's helpful to acknowledge the movement whilst trying to understand, as you're saying, it is a cultural and economic movement. And I shudder to think of the conversations we wouldn't be having had it not been for the tragic and traumatic events of last spring. Chris and Janice, is there anything that you would want to observe over the past 6 years? Janice, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to add a couple of things. One is at the personal level, and I don't know if my colleagues here also share that with me or not, because I have been in the supplier diversity space when I introduced myself, for the past 8 years. I cannot consider myself a naive person, but for some reason, I was extremely hopeful that we are on the right track. Big things are happening, our numbers are changing completely, until what we all witnessed in 2020, that it just really broke my heart. And it almost shattered all of my beliefs, and what I thought that we are on the right track, it just kind of shook that up. So it's almost, for me, is that, oh my God, we are not there, we're not close even to where we need to be. And there needs to be a different level of attention and prioritization of the diversity and inclusion, both in our workforce and for our suppliers. I'm coming from a biotechnology, so I'm not talking specifically in tech space. But what I can share is that because of what we experienced during the 2020, I could not be more proud how our organization, the level of commitment that has been given by all of our executives, from our CEO down, and the targets that we are setting for ourselves in order to achieve the appropriate, different population, different ethnicities, as well as our, the ambition that we are trying to come up for our supplier diversity program. We have definitely targets that we are hoping that we would be achieving for the next 2 years, but we're thinking more long term, and where do we really want to be in 10 years. And as my colleagues talked here, there's an economic perspective that we can look at things. But I want to emphasize the culture of a company. It is just, we can make the numbers look okay, but at the same time, changing or shifting the culture so we would be where we want to be. Really, what does the future look like? That is what really excites me, and that's where I'm putting a lot of energy in influencing and shifting the culture, so everybody would have a voice, everybody would just feel comfortable that they are talking in a safe environment, and everybody has the same opportunities.
Yeah, Janice, thank you for sharing that personal, the personal toll, and I want to talk about both the environment we were in when that happened, which is the pandemic, which we are still in, and hear from others about what it was like for you and how it might have influenced your work. But I do agree. I've seen, I feel like initially a lot of the conversation was focused on recruiting, and I've seen organizations that did really rise to meet that challenge, but didn't sufficiently, look at their environment or even know how to measure things like belonging, inclusion, advancement, right, and unique opportunity, and as we talk about equality and even equality and then equity, so I think that's really powerful. Chris, I want to pose the same question to you, but I also want to ask you, since you also are focused in a lot of things, but amongst them supplier diversity, in what ways did either the pandemic and the instances of police brutality that we saw, in what ways might they have shifted the awareness or openness to the conversations, specifically around supplier diversity?
Sure. I think they were shifted significantly, and I think Del Delp did a really amazing job of kind of taking us through the shift that happened in tech, but also the kind of longitudinal civil rights shift. And I think that we went from where, in the 2014 conversation that PUSHTECH and that Reverend Jackson were so in front of, I think we still had a narrow understanding. I think that we were looking at the problem of representation, which was really just a symptom of this greater systemic equity. And I don't think we're yet asking ourselves the questions of, well, if this problem is systemic, where else is it showing itself? And the answer is, it shows itself everywhere. It shows itself not only in your representation, but in industry-wide culture, in equity disparities in the workplace, and across our business products, processes, et cetera. And so, the ingredients were somehow right in a really challenging 2020 for us to stop and look and really take in the gross injustice that we all saw on video, and really start to open our aperture to realize that, systemic racism and injustice is embedded in way more places than I think as a society we wanted to acknowledge. And what I think that has produced has been responses in this industry that have begun to better reflect the broad places where we play as an industry. So we're talking about equity inside of our companies. We're talking about, at Google, we've made a slate of racial equity commitments that for the first time are really comprehensive across our people, our culture, the economic opportunity that we provide in the world, the impact that we might have on education, and the impact we can have in the broader social justice landscape. It wasn't intuitive to folks when we had the first PUSHTECH back in, I think, 2015, that all of these areas were relevant as racial equity, racial justice conversation opportunities. And I think that awareness and evidence was born out of the challenge of the pandemic, the place of vulnerability people were at, and the readiness to witness some real traumas and tragedies that then caused folks to take a different look at what they could action and do in the industry.
That is so powerful. And, it speaks a bit to, Janice, the point that you made around the heartbreak of realizing that we're not as far as we thought. And I think a lot of people also were just like, I'm not surprised, this has been happening all along. Like, where were all of you? But it was also in some ways easier to be able to bury one's head in the sand, and that became virtually impossible. Last spring, we then had the presidential election. We then had, the insurrection on January 6th. Cynthia, I want to turn to you, and I want to bring up one of the things that Chris has just referenced, which is, in what ways have you felt in your own work that awareness has shifted given some of the social justice movements and even the pandemic?
Right. I got to tell you, I think that Chris hit the nail on the head with every issue. Before the summer of 2020, it was very hard to get people to engage in conversations about systemic racism, white privilege, white supremacy. It's nice now to be able to have these discussions and have people listen. Bias and unfair treatment against certain people did not begin in tech. We do not have systemic equity in tech because our country has a very long history of race-based policies, laws, practices that have served to advantage some and disadvantage others. If you were to travel in a time machine throughout the history of our nation and not be at risk for being enslaved, killed, denied housing, denied financing, denied the availability to vote solely based on the color of your skin, if you're not at risk for any of these things, then society is set up for you to be successful. So some people have more privilege than others. I really think it's really how folks use that privilege throughout their life, particularly in the tech workplace, given our discussion, that can really lead to people either being treated fairly or being disadvantaged and excluded. And I think that it's really tough all around. I think that especially in the tech industry, we're so used to very safe terms like unconscious bias. Everybody has it, so it's okay. And it's true, everybody does have unconscious bias, but it is not everyone's unconscious bias that's interfering with diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. To me, unconscious bias is not the threat when it comes to DEI that I'm concerned about. It's unconscious white supremacy that keeps me up at night, and the high tolerance level the tech industry has for it. That's what really concerns me.
That is so powerful, Cynthia. And, certainly there are a lot of discussions going on in the last few days around, and weeks and months around the tolerance for quote unquote political conversations at work, which, your mileage may vary on the use of the word political. I want to talk a little bit about, because Chris and Cynthia, I feel like you elucidated that so well. I want to talk about strategies that we need to implement now. I mean, I know I personally felt, with everything that you all said, I mean, I'm now having these regular sessions on systemic racism, and we're focusing on different areas like policing and surveillance, and of course the wealth gap, which is work and venture, so that's really important. But conversations aren't enough. right? So what are some of the strategies that you are using in this moment? And obviously knowing that we are still in a pandemic and there has been a differential impact, not only from COVID, but from the economic loss that the pandemic has caused for people. Yeah, what kind of strategies do we use in this moment to make change? Del, let me turn to you on that one.
Before I answer you, I do want to point something out that Cynthia said that I think is important to say, which is tech has amplified white supremacy in a way that I do not know if pre-tech the same thing would have happened. Like your ability to get on some platform and be able to talk to thousands of people and to frankly like indoctrinate people has been made worse by the fact that some CEOs don't want to see their power as being an amplifier, right? And so I think about that often in the context of how do you build tech? And because we work with folks that are kind of on an idea stage, and we at Black and Brown Founders, we provide community and education and access to Black and Latinx entrepreneurs because we want them to launch and build their tech businesses with modest resources. As you mentioned, the wealth gap. Our assumption is that most folks that we're working with don't have a rich aunt or uncle or dad or mom or cousin who is going to be able to put some money in, their pocket and be the friends and family around. Like the first time an investor said to me, if you have somebody, and mind you, I was trying to build something and I needed $1 million for an MVP. They were like, if somebody in your family is going to be able to invest in you, that's a great sign. I take that as a great sign that your family trusts you. And I too will write you a check. And I said, well, you'll never write me a check because I don't have family like that. I often am the family and friends to those folks that in my family earn less. And I am the one that's well educated and went to college, and I'm able to do that for my family. I also live in a very communal way in which we share resources. And so when you're talking about like what has been the ways and the strategies we use, we want to acknowledge people's reality. And if you don't have a lot of resources and you still have ambition and you still have a desire to build a tech product, how can we help you do that? And so we created a 10-week course going through that process to get people from an idea stage to a prototype. And we launched it last year in June. We did a beta in 2019 and we launched it in June of last year. We are mainly a women of color run organization. We have not been exempt from the realities of COVID. Some of us have gotten sick. Some of us have had family members get sick. Some of us have had family members pass away. And we weren't too sure if people were going to show up to this thing that we had built. And so we put it out there. And thanks to the fact that people are interested and have ambition to build their own tech products, to solve their own problems, we've had people show up. And I'm really grateful to those people who've decided to come along this journey of trying to build their tech products. And so it's everything from someone, Russell Glover in Massachusetts, who's a plumber, who's creating some hardware tech for people to keep track of their medical needs. It's someone like AJ, who's all the way in South Africa, who's creating a touchless payment system. Michelle, that's in South Carolina, that's working with HBCUs and is the creator of Positive Hire. These are the folks that I feel very lucky to be working in community with, to help them think through how to make their tech and tech-enabled products be successful.
That's so powerful. I think one of the mindsets, especially looking at the backdrop of the pandemic and seeing that, and I feel like is in the venture world, the market has boomed, and there are people who can't pay their rent. There are the gap has really, really widened. Yeah. And I think one of the mind shifts of this period is that owners, right, whether you're owning stock, you have property, it's real estate, any assets that appreciate in value, those folks are getting richer. And meanwhile, the one friend and family person who is in a position to be someone to lend to their families isn't in a position to see them, 2 years worth of salary to build their next project. That's something that sits on my mind, is like ownership and teaching folks to be owners in a way that it was never conscious to me, because it's just not something that was like passed down to me in the way I grew up. Let me open the floor a little bit and ask others, what are some strategies that you are using in this period and at this moment to make change and move forward?
I can go. I didn't quite get all the way to your pivot earlier, so can speak a little bit about what we're doing at Google and supplier diversity during this period. And a few things that I think might be relevant across the industry. The first is, we've long known in supplier diversity that public measurable goals are chief accountability metrics for corporations. And so setting a publicly accountable goal, as we've done through our racial equity commitments, one thing that we've done a little bit different is we've called out a supplier diversity goal against Black-owned businesses. So a commitment of spending $100 million with Black-owned businesses in 2021. I think what that has done is really galvanize folks in the racial equity battle, right, to really have an intense focus. But it's also helped give some transparency to what's going on. And historically in supplier diversity, we have not had transparency into what's going on for various communities that are part of the minority-owned bucket. And I think there's with that lack of transparency, that lack of visibility, means that those communities aren't really being seen, and that we're not able to really understand in a very data-driven way how equity is happening or not happening inside of how we spend our resources, how we innovate and create new products, how we bring new products to market. And so I think that's been critical for us, and we'll want to continue being transparent in that way. I think, the second thing is just attacking implicit or unconscious bias, and ensuring that is, as it's a foundational part of what we're doing at Google around diversity, equity, inclusion, that it's relevant to every part of our business. It's relevant in supplier diversity, et cetera, and making sure that we're, attacking any of the premises that say that diverse-owned businesses, right, aren't capable of delivering work for Google in any of our key areas or across the industry. And then I think the third is just that we're just really making this our business. And I think for many of us who have been in DEI for many years, sometimes the things that are special about that work don't really help us, drive to core commitments. Sometimes we're the exception in the room. Sometimes it's, the add-on agenda item, where we're not thinking about it as a business, where we're driving to known and understood and owned outcomes. And so we're setting KPIs. We have folks accountable. Our Chief Procurement Officer, Jennifer Mosheri, is an enormous champion. Our CFO, Ruth Porat, enormous champions. And we're just making it the business of how we run. And so those are some strategies.
Yeah. I love the way you I saw some head nod on that anecdote around, sometimes the things that make it special aren't the things that drive commitment, because you can create a lot of meaning for example, individuals who, as a role model and as someone to connect them to career opportunities, but is, getting your next budget or getting leadership accountability is an entirely different story that has to be constructed often like other business initiatives, even though there are a number of things that make this work exceptional. For example, you can't just delegate it, whether you're the CEO or otherwise. Let me, Cynthia and Janice, it looks like you're about to say something.
Yes, I have so much to say, and I'm just trying to control myself. But there was a word that Chris mentioned that I'm going to pick up from there. And that word was transparency. When we, again, because most of my experience has been with the supplier diversity for many years. And one of the, I can call it a strategy, one of the things that has happened is that we were able to, I think most big companies, they have their ESG program, which is environmental, social, and governance, which happens to be the a new brand for the corporate social responsibility as it used to be known. So one of the things that has significantly escalated, the visibility and transparency for supplier diversity is that it has become one of the very few pillars that is sitting under that ESG at Amgen. So that means that we have to, in our ESG report on an annual basis, that it's going to be publicly published. There is a commitment that we're giving to the outside world and communicating externally that holds us more accountable and making sure that it is a part of our corporate strategy as well, that we consider all of these supplier diversity and different components. And it's just not necessarily increasing spend with them, because that is the usual metrics that everybody measures, but how can we measure the economic impact that we're making, externally? Those are two different things. When it comes to the internal for the diversity, inclusion, and belonging, is that we have a long-term strategy, and it starts with kind of awareness, understanding, and education. And, we have to, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have to shift from a compliance perspective of we have to do this to a true commitment, total commitment from our executives and leaders that would just trickle down to every single employee. I think that is something that we're going to focus on a lot, that it just needs to shift. I mean, because right now, every major corporation has stepped up. They have given some external commitments, communicated, but it just, that's great. That's a good start. But the vision is really, how can we change the culture within our companies? And then how can we influence our communities and beyond to make sure that is a true understanding, commitment, and that they have bought into it.
Yeah. I personally have looked over my shoulder quite a bit since last, May, June, and I'm like, okay, when are people going to stop paying attention? And I, it could be some version of some paranoia on my end, but I've seen the cycles. And I feel like every single person in this conversation has been on this journey for a while, and we've seen the cyclical, like, okay, it's being attended to. Okay, nobody's looking right now, and I feel almost like a little PTSD from that. But I'm hopeful. Cynthia, please jump in.
Well, as the one person who works for a nonprofit on this panel and does not have the pressures of implementing these strategies, I think I'm about to get kicked off the island with my response. I suspect that there are a lot of companies that, despite their public statements about commitments to DEI, despite their DEI budget and even the DEI programming, I suspect that a lot of them have absolutely no interest in making the changes that would be required to experience true diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm not saying that they don't believe in DEI philosophically. I question their interests in making the changes required for this. We often hear about DEI being everybody's responsibility, but the responsibility often falls on the shoulders of people on the receiving end of unfair treatment, instead of on the shoulders of individuals responsible for that unfair treatment. When we think about the hiring process, many companies are willing to bring individuals into the workforce who are a direct threat to their diversity and inclusion initiatives. Many companies don't require candidates to demonstrate any type of interest or ability in contributing to a diverse and equitable, inclusive environment. This is especially problematic when we're talking about people who are in positions of authority, who make decisions about who's brought into the workforce, what people make, how people are evaluated during performance reviews, what salary increases or bonuses they'll receive, access to stretch assignments and promotions. And then when we think about the role of DEI leaders, they're often responsible and accountable for creating a diverse, equitable, and inclusive environment, but they have zero authority to do so. I talk to DEI leaders all the time, and in many cases, the more passionate someone is about their work, the more frustrated they are because they have so many institutional barriers to overcome. Many of them are really caught between a rock and a hard place because they get so much internal resistance from the higher ups. While they're very aware all the whole time about how people are really being disadvantaged in the workplace. I remember one conversation I had with a DEI leader. She said, no matter what I do, everybody's mad at me, everybody yells at me. Another one told me sometimes she just wants to crawl up and roll into a ball and cry because of the resistance that she experiences. So for the people who are really trying to advance DEI in a lot of these companies, it's really, really hard. I think that these DEI leaders don't get enough credit for the work that they are doing. And I just say thank you for everybody who is doing the hard work. Hats off to you. And we at the K-4 Center want to know how we can be more supportive of your efforts.
Oh man, there's so much to say. I know we're actually running out of time, and we are almost at the end. So I'm going to ask a round robin question, but before I do that, I have to respond to some of what you said, Cynthia, because I think it's so important. I spent 10 years at a nonprofit where I would go into companies, and usually if they were usually pretty big companies, so they usually had a head of diversity, chief diversity officer. So I observed folks from those positions in this totally neutral kind of place. Because, when a company's paying you a bunch of money to come fix something, they're like super attentive, right? But you don't know if it's going to stick when you leave, which is why I went in-house, because I was like, oh, I'm missing a bunch of stuff because I know more is going on, but I'm not in it. And then for the past 6 years have been in-house, and knowing and working with and being a diversity leader. I've seen the stories, I've seen, people move from company to company trying to find that true supportive leadership team. And, I've certainly not given up because I've had some good experiences, but yes, the institutional barriers. And also to your point, people not knowing what they are actually signing up for, because there's reward, but there's a lot of hard stuff. You're not going to get instant shining accolades for doing the hard work. You're actually going to pull up more challenges. And I think a lot of companies just aren't prepared for that or don't, don't anticipate it.
I'm so sorry, just one quick question. And I know that we're not going to have time, but I'm going to definitely reach out to all of my colleagues here for other brainstorming. But if we are, as we discussed, if we are aware that there is a systemic racism, I don't think any one of us can expect that miraculously is going to go away. So it is upon every single one of us to do what is in the circle of our control, and any way that we can just influence and make a dent anywhere that in any way or shape that we can. I know that it's not enough, but I cannot think of any other way, because if people like us who are passionate about this, if we also give up, then where are we going to end up? Because I cannot imagine that it's just going to automatically or miraculously go away. Yeah. So I'm just extremely passionate, and that has become my lifelong, something that I'm going to be totally 100% committed to.
Yeah, I agree. And I've seen when it's working, and then there's some leadership change or something, and you're like, okay, we're starting to start all over again. But then the ability to make change can be really, really powerful. Also, when people you're working with before and after they've been on a journey with you, it's kind of remarkable if that person's committed. Okay, we've got to wrap up. So I'm just going to ask everyone very round robin, quick bullet style. If there's one thing that you would shift for the future that and perhaps that Rainbow Push could help with, what is the one thing that you think could help this work accelerate in the coming years? This is just a quick answer. So we're going to go around pretty quickly. I'm going to start with you, Chris.
I'm compelled to share, in 2015, after the Charleston church shooting, And we stood up some efforts in the Faith Tech Initiative and Connected Churches Initiative with Rainbow Push and Google. Reverend Jackson guided just on what we were just talking about and just saying, listen, you have the most enormous opportunity in this industry and in all the companies that we represent and the organizations that we represent to make incredible change. And there's been bloodshed for the opportunity for you to do that work. And this is what I've thought about time and time again, especially in a tough 2020, is that we've got that opportunity. And so I think the one ask that I'd have of Push is to keep steady into the future, and to continue to bring us together and the executives of our companies and across our industry, to keep us on the front foot, because the opportunity is there. We all need support from each other and from those leaders in our industry to get there together.
Yes, definitely sustains me on the hard days. Del, over to you.
As Ania Williams, our founder of Black and Brown Founders and a good friend, says, social contracts need to be redrawn. And I think that extends to every single thing, everything from access to capital and the ways in which we envision capital flowing through our society has to be rethought. Access to medical care. I think the pandemic has shown that access to medical care and how people are educated in this country has to be rethought. I think anything that deals with infrastructure, whether it's your access to Wi-Fi, as I mentioned, Michelle Hayward works with us, like she's in the middle of rural South Carolina. She doesn't have access to, and yet she is starting a tech and tech-enabled business. And that's a difficult thing to do. And I often think about the successes that she could have if she had better infrastructure, childcare, elder care, anything that deals with our humanities. Those social contracts have to be redrawn. And that includes our ability to have equity in this country, in the criminal justice system, and many, many different systems. And so that's what I'm looking forward to, is seeing where we can build equity in all of our social contracts.
Got it. Thank you, Del. Cynthia, let me ask you.
Sure. So +1 to everything that was just said. And then also we need more data. So I would encourage everybody to be transparent about those numbers and build on all the hard work that PushTech has done in terms of transparency. Also in 2016, the EEOC, as you all know, released a report called Diversity in High Tech. It disaggregated 2014 EEO-1 data by gender, race, and even by tech companies inside Silicon Valley. It was an amazing report. So I would love to get help from PushTech in terms of convincing the EEOC to do a follow-up study and provide a kind of where we are now update with all those great data points.
Awesome. I'm with you on that one. And finally, Janice, just to take us home.
If I have to pick one, is the ask would be, let's keep our foot on the pedal. Something very unfortunate happened in 2020, and let's not miss this opportunity that it has created, and let's just not slow down this time. Let's hope that we can make a big difference this time around and get to the next stage.
Yes, that is what's keeping me up at night, but I'm going to stay hopeful with you. Thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you so much to Pastor Brian. Thank you to Butch. Thank you to Reverend Jackson. Thank you, Deanna, and enjoy the rest of your PushTech Summit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for your push.
Okay, everybody, it's been good. It's been really good. I told you, today is our day of real substance. Today is the day that we'd get all excited about. If we were in person, we'd be somewhere in Silicon Valley at one of these companies. They'd be gracious enough to host us, and we'd have all of you hanging out, and we'd be doing these wonderful panels and having these exciting presenters. Haven't they been fantastic? Go ahead and shout them out some more. Again, this is PushTech. Shout out all the speakers from our tech in the new normal conversation, and then from our supplier diversity, inclusion, and equity conversation. And now we know we need to hear from you all as we begin to lean in. And that's not just a pun, that's just not a saying, that's not just a phrase. Shout out to Sheryl Sandberg from Facebook for creating this movement called Leaning In from her book, Lean In. She met with Reverend Jackson years ago, and they had a dialogue about how we could engage women. It wasn't just us being cognizant of the inclusion need for minority and people of color, but it was also making sure that women were treated fairly and equitably in every area. So we created this panel for this event, for this conference, for this moment. And it's called Leaning In, hearing from some powerful women who are killing it, as they say. They're doing amazing work. These founders, these entrepreneurs, these wonderful corporate leaders, they're going to lean in and talk to us a little bit as we turn this moment over to the one and only Miss Del Medina, who's going to lead the conversation as we hear from these powerful women to tell us about leaning in.
Hello, everybody. My name is Del Medina. I'm the Executive Director of Black and Brown Founders, and I have the great privilege to be able to be in conversation with these amazing leaders that are creating I think, communities, activities, impact, all of those things wrapped up into one. I would like to kick us off with Sarah Kunz. Sarah, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Sarah Kunst. I'm the founder and managing director of Clio Capital. We are a pre-seed fund based in the Bay Area, though we invest all over the country, and we primarily focus on complicated consumer, future of income, and decentralized enterprise.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Cynthia?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, and welcome to all of our guests that are participating. I'm Cynthia DeBartle. I'm the founder and CEO of Tigress Financial Partners, the nation's only disabled and women-owned financial services firm, providing services in broker-dealer, investment banking, and research.
Fantastic, thank you. And last but not least, Lisa Mae Brunson.
Hello, everyone. So I am Lisa Mae Brunson, the founder of Wonder Women Tech, which is a global ecosystem that highlights, celebrates, educates, and amplifies women, BIPOC, and underrepresented voices in science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math industries. We are focused on diversity, inclusion, and creating cultures of belonging.
Wow, fantastic. So all three of you, I think, are leaders not only in the spaces that you're in terms of the work that you're doing, but I think of your leadership overall with the communities that you serve and that you engage with. I know that for a lot of us, 2020 was a very difficult year. There was a lot of pain and a lot of hurt. But Lisa Mae, I'm wondering if you could kick us off, and then I would like everybody else to answer. Could you share with us something that has brought you professional joy in this last year?
Yeah, 2020 was really challenging for all of us. It was one of the most difficult times for me. I've been very public about sort of dealing with depression and grief. We recently lost our social media director 3 months ago, almost exactly to the day. And so for me, I've really had to dig deep to really extract that joy. So I love that you asked this question, because a month ago, I literally sat on the beach in Laguna Beach, and I sat down and I wrote down all the things that did bring me joy. And so I started out with just get a page out, Lisa Mae. I ended up with 4 pages of things that bring me joy, everything from something as simple as being on that beach that day to interviewing amazing guests. We launched our podcast in December, the Wonder Women Tech Show. So that right now is bringing me a lot of joy and a lot of life, because I get to sit down in intimate spaces with some of the most innovative and inspiring leaders in tech, women leaders in tech. So right now, that's giving me life, is knowing that I'm not alone and that I can lean on other amazing leaders in this space for strength.
My condolences to you and your community. I'm sorry to
Thank
hear
you.
about that loss, but I'm glad that you were able to find a place to reflect and to acknowledge that there, even in difficult times, there's joy that you can find. Sarah, would you be kind enough to go next? Just tell us, where have you found joy this last year?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the reality is, compared to a lot of people, we've just been incredibly lucky. The tech industry has done better than it maybe would have without a pandemic, and the stock market has as well. And that is not necessarily fair, but it is the reality. And so I think for me, understanding that the pandemic is deeply frustrating as a very extroverted person. It's not a lot of fun. But at the same time, understanding that when literally the worst thing that happens to you in a pandemic is that, you're bored in the house and you're in the house bored, it is hard to feel sort of too down for too long, because, I sort of developed a practice of whenever I would feel bad, I would, go on Instagram, and the first nonprofit I saw, I would, donate to, or the first mutual aid fund, right? Because the reality is that if you're feeling not great with all your relative privilege, then imagine, what it feels like to literally be, worried about rent and all these other things. And so for me, it was, the understanding of, this is, for most of us, probably going to be one of the hardest years ever of our lives, sort of, communally. And we did relatively well. And so what more could you ask for?
Wow, thank you for that reflection. And thank you for bringing up mutual aid, because I've found that also to be a great practice of putting aside a little bit of money and distributing it to people who have had need. And it's been really fantastic to see how people have organize themselves to be able to give back and to be able to distribute funds. So thank you for bringing that up. Cynthia.
Me, finding joy in the midst of a pandemic is much like the way I had to find joy back in 2009 and 12 when I was diagnosed with cancer. It's finding a way to live in gratitude for what you have. I mean, when I was first diagnosed, I lost my ability to speak for 2 years because I had to have a glossectomy to remove my tongue and then get a reconstruction of a tongue to speak to you today. And life changed for me so dramatically. I became so marginalized. And then the pandemic comes now, and I realize there's a whole world being marginalized and going through part of the same gamut of the unknown. Living in the unknown is the worst fear you could possibly have, because you don't know whether to mourn for your past or worry about your future. And it's a horrible place to be. So I've learned that living in gratitude allows me to balance that and find things that I am grateful for, even the smallest things every day. And as a CEO, you have to lead your organization, right? And you have to lead them with the game face, regardless of the challenges that are going on around you. Because if your staff feel that you're not secure, they're not going to be secure. So I think as a founder and CEO, the three women here, we can all attest to the fact that not only did we have to deal with it in our own private moments, but when it came out to leading our firms, we had to put that armor on and be strong, because those that work for us want to feel that confidence. For me, it was being able to bring on more disabled professionals as well, and more diverse professionals, and hire them during a pandemic. That allowed me to feel like I'm working towards a legacy to change what is known as typical professional services, which is stale, male, pale guys in pinstripe suits, and know that I could bring diverse individuals and disabled individuals who are really talented but may not be viewed in the same light at other organizations, and give them an opportunity not just to survive, but to thrive.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. And One of the things that I know that all of us have experienced this last year, whether it's in the US or internationally, because I think that this has been part of it, is that, you know, we have been suffering, unfortunately, two pandemics concurrently. There's been the pandemic of the actual virus, and then there's been the spate of violence that has existed in communities of color, but has been highlighted in a way that we needed to have these difficult but needed conversations. And in light of how Black Lives Matter has activated a new generation of folks, what do you think leadership looks like in this moment in time? And I'm curious, Sarah, would you like to kick us off for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's two different buckets, right? There's what does white leadership look like right now, and there's what does Black leadership look like right now, and certainly, you know, that is true of every ethnic group, right? Asian, Hispanic, where, you know, I think that, like, white leadership had a big wake up call last year, and it's sort of a like, hey, you know, the house has been burning down for 400 years, but I'm glad that you've noticed, right? So congrats, welcome. No cookies for being able to you know, tell what the weather's like right now. And so, you know, we'll see how much of those sort of feelings turn out to be followed by, you know, sustained action and most importantly, you know, sustained transfer of power and money. Being in a White Allies book club is not, you don't get a cookie, right? So there's that piece of it. And I think there's another question, and similar to kind of post Me Too, similar to a lot of what's happening, you know, in the Asian community right now, where I do think there has been a moment of leaders, you know, of call it broadly marginalized groups finding, you know, not finding their voice, but feeling that it is finally kind of okay to speak up, and to say, you know, these things do happen and this isn't okay, and what are we going to do about it? And, you know, I do deserve that promotion. We should be focusing on these communities. Just a lot of both, you know, internal sort of advocating for yourself and your teams inside of your company, as well as broader, you know, external, hey, we need to go make some things happen. And I think that's really good and really important. And you know, it is understandable why it's taken a long time for most people to be able to speak up the way they do. And it's also, you know, way past time that the communities we live in, the places we work, you know, are as receptive to hearing, you know, hey, there's something wrong with, you know, our engineering team, we don't have enough engineers, as they are, hey, there's something wrong with our board, we don't have anybody except white dudes, you know, and we know that diversity drives better returns. And so I'm very excited for all these companies that are slowly waking up to that, because they're about to be a lot richer.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, Sarah, for in some ways redirecting the question that I put together of, this was a previous pandemic. We've known that violence has existed, you know, state sanctioned violence has existed before. And I think the fact that so many folks were at home, they had no choice but to look at it. So thank you for that. Cynthia, as a leader and as a white woman, what has this been like for you, and where have you seen that you're like, I'm going to double down in working with folks of, you know, from diverse backgrounds? Like, what has that experience been like for you?
There's a lot of real soul searching you have to do as a CEO, especially in the diverse space. You have to be authentic, right? You just can't wear the label that we're a diversity firm or a woman-owned firm or a minority-owned firm. You better be authentic. And when you look under the hood of your organization, what do you look like, your metrics look like in terms of your own leadership in that organization, your senior management, your board, your employees, your promotional, your bench strength? Are they diverse opportunities being presented to diverse individuals? There is no deficit of talented, diverse individuals. There's only a deficit of opportunity for them. So we need to be part of the action, right? The impact and the change management to create that opportunity for those individuals. And for me, that was very real in terms of the accountability, right? And not only what am I doing internally, but what is my impact in the community? There are stakeholders that we need to recognize. Are we part of closing the wealth gap? Are we part of helping the underserved and unbanked in this country? For us, we're very proud. We write a lot of the financial literacy for the Durant Foundation and organizations that we feel are really impactful in getting their messaging out to lift women of color, and folks in the inner cities. That's important to us.
Thank you for sharing that. And Lisa, May, when you think of your leadership today in terms of having gone through some of those difficult moments with your team, having had to pivot some of your work, what does it look like today that in a way maybe didn't look like 2 years ago?
Yeah, that's a great question, especially in light of the racially charged environment that we're in right now. It has, it has compounded the situation where not only are we dealing with this global pandemic where people are getting sick, I'm getting sick, my team is getting sick, people are losing their families, but also having to bear witness in ways that we haven't had to before, right? To actually see these videos that are triggering, to become aware right in front of your face, like this is what's going on. So for those of us in the Black community or Black and brown communities, we know that this is what's going on, but our counterparts who are not persons of color are sort of having to, and this includes my team, are having to see this in real time, right? And so for me, last year when we witnessed George Floyd's killing, one of my team, one of my interns at the time, college student, lived there, went to the site, was protesting, and I restructured the way that we were doing, the way that we were operating, because so many people wanted to get out and protest. They wanted to be part of the Black Lives Matter movements. They wanted to show up in their own ways. Some came to me with ideas for Wonder Women Tech to show up and make political statements or, statements focused on Black Lives Matter. And so I repositioned, what we were how we were operating, right? I allowed myself to listen and not necessarily drive the boat, if you will. I wanted to be present for them. And so the way that I've changed in the last 2 years has been really interesting because I've had to be vulnerable because I don't have all the answers. I was called the N-word more times in this last 12 months than I have probably in the last 12 to 24 years, right? Because of this racially charged environment that we're in. And myself and another one of my Black staff members, we both were on the phone crying because of all of this stuff going on, and we still have to lead, right? So by being vulnerable with my team and kind of saying like, hey, I don't have all the answers, but let's have this forum where we could talk about what's going on and work through it that way. That is something that I've brought in just in this last 12 to 18 months. When we went through the trial, we took the day off. The next day was a team meeting. I sat my team down and I said, hey guys, and we had new folks on the team. Some of them were not persons of color. And I said, I'd like to hear how this is affecting you. What's going on? And so for the first time, to be very honest, there was a couple of members of our team, including one of my senior people, who was like, I know that this is affecting you, Lisa May, and other folks on the team who are Black and my friends, but I don't know if I have the right to feel because I'm not Black, or I don't know if I have, you know what I mean? Like, it was sort of me being able to understand different perspectives and positions that I didn't plan for. So for me as a leader, it's looking like listening more, creating an environment where everyone can feel. So it was like they were looking to me like, I'm not Black, but can I be outraged too? Can I feel angry? Can I feel like I don't have the capacity to like deal? One of my interns said, I'm not in the mental health space to to bear witness to this trial? Is it okay if I don't watch everything, but I'm still angry? You know, it's stuff like that where we're figuring this out together. And we can't make the assumption that everybody should know how important this moment is until, like, give them the space to understand why Black Lives Matter, right? Instead of, you know, just saying it matters and this is why, and you need to be here with us in this moment. It's really about allowing, you know, education to happen, allowing feelings and things to process. This is a very important time in our history, and it is a time for us to be able to rewrite history together.
Thank you for sharing that. At Black and Brown Founders, one of our taglines is we need to rewrite the playbook because the playbook wasn't written for us, right? The reality is that work as we know it was created in the 1950s mindset for a white heterosexual man who had a wife at home who would take care of child caring needs. And even white men today don't necessarily live in ways that conform to that sort of situation. And so being able to find your leadership in a different way is a really important aspect, I think, of growth for all of us, because it allows for more inclusion, which is why I was curious of how you all were doing this. I'm going to pivot us just a little bit to wrap us up. But, you know, considering that COVID has impacted Black folks disproportionately, I also want to understand, like, what are some of the opportunities folks can take advantage of as we emerge from the pandemic based upon the experiences that you are all in? Like, where do you see opportunity popping up that folks should be thinking about and engaging in? Cynthia, do you want to kick us off with that?
Sure. You know, ESG is a word that we hear day in and day out, but ESG has to be impactful and measurable. And COVID is now given a number of stakeholders the opportunity to press the reset button and do it right. And go back and think, what am I doing and why am I doing it? And can I measure this? Am I making a quantifiable difference? Because we've spent way too much time with organizations giving us pretty annual reports and post your children pictures that look diverse and telling us everything they're doing in their community. That's wonderful. But what matters is what you measure. And can you measure what you're doing and attest to that impact? Because the data is critical. And it's ironic, we live and breathe in most of our businesses, the women on this phone, on data, right? But when it comes to diversity, data is one of those things we don't really like to push because the data does not tell the story that we want to bear witness to. And the fact that when we're forced to look at that data, two things are going to happen. You're going to realize your initiatives, whether they're financial literacy or putting capital into minority banks in inner cities and some rural areas, whether it's increasing access to banking for the unbanked and the underserved. Once you start measuring that, you're going to know whether or not you're having impact. And if you can't measure and the impact is not verifiable, you better go back to the drawing board and come up with something that makes sense. And I think every person on this phone or on this video call today would understand how we spend decades of applauding initiatives for the sake of the initiative to being in place with no real accountability around that initiative. So I think COVID is going to change what we knew as accountability.
Wow, thank you so much. Lisa May, do you want to go next? And then we'll finish up with Sarah.
Yeah, I love what Cynthia was bringing up. You know, I'm calling this the Great Economic Renaissance because, you know, not since the Renaissance period have we been able to completely restructure, you know, culture and the way that we do business and how we, you know, the arts and all of the things. You know, this is an opportunity to to go back to the drawing board and get it right, right? One of the things that I feel is the greatest opportunity. So for me, looking back on all, over the 8 years I've been running Wonder Woman Tech and working with Fortune 500 companies and all of these things, and not finding that they really are invested as they say they are. It's a vanity. They're vanity initiatives. And I can speak, I'm not going to name names and I'm not going to call anybody out, but it's very, very real. So when I look backwards and think about, the work that we do, that's very, very genuine, very focused on these communities, very focused on diversifying the workforce, getting access and opportunity to these underrepresented and BIPOC individuals and groups and communities, and these companies who barely put in a dime, or like they want so much more than they're willing to give. It's really changed the way that I'm doing business now. For me, it's about meaningful partnerships and engagement. I'm not going to invest my time anymore on companies or organizations that are not being accountable. And I think that we, as we are stakeholders, so one of the biggest, I think, revelations I had was like partnerships are two ways. And we've always operated, and founders are like this, especially women. We feel like we'll take whatever we can get. We'll take whatever funding comes our way, whatever opportunities comes our way, because we need to grow. We need to get out there. We need to say yes. I have said yes historically over and over and over. And I had this revelation like, wow, wait a minute. Like partnerships are two ways, and we need to get something out of this too, because I am an underrepresented, disabled, BIPOC person in all the ways. And why am I not getting, my fair shake? And I'm standing here, building an organization that is focused on that, making sure that that ecosystem exists. I need to start here and be accountable here. And I need to make sure that I'm only working with companies and partners that are doing that. So for me, it's doubling down on our focus. Like, this is what we require. This is what we need. This is how we need to move forward. And I'm not going to accept anything less. And in the same token, you need to be held accountable. So I've actually been going back to some companies and basically saying like, look, this is how you want to show up. These are the things that you need to do to get there. And so this is such a great time for those of us who are on the other end, not the Fortune 500 companies, but are in the positions to be able to get these folks to be accountable, to invest properly, and to build the right way.
Thank you. Sarah, do you want to finish us off?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with so much of what's been said. I think that this is an important moment where, we really do get to look around and the Shirley Chisholm quote that, I'm tired, or actually I have no idea who that quote's from, so I just misattributed. But, I'm sick of accepting the things I cannot change. I want to change the things I can't accept. And, I think that this is certainly a moment to do that on every level, right? So many of what was accepted as a status quo on February 1st, 2020 is gone, and it may be gone forever. It may not be, but this is an interesting opportunity in every facet to really think about that. And most of us are probably doing that on some level right now socially, where a friend pops up and says, "Hey, we're both vaccinated," and you're like, "I actually don't want to see that person again," and so like it is. I was joking at my little COVID pod, on New Year's Eve, I was joking that my resolution was Jokers out of the deck 2020, right? And I think, or 2021. And I think that's a great opportunity for us on so many levels to just say, everything that we took for granted, good and bad, February 1st, 2020, there's no reason we need to have it back in our lives, February 1st, 2022. So this is the time to think about it.
I love that Jokers out of the deck. That really made me laugh because I think it's very applicable for lots of us. So thank you for sharing that. And then I'm going to do a quick round robin as we finish up this conversation. And this might be a difficult conversation to do a quick round robin. So I want to acknowledge that too. But I'm thinking, where are the spaces and places that the Rainbow Push community should be investing their time, energy, and money? Like, where do you see, like, not just opportunity, but how do you see the future as being a place where folks can be like, yes, this is the thing that I'm going to do. And in rethinking that the status quo is no longer viable for many of us, and we are in a renaissance and we're looking for creating new structures, where are some places that people should be thinking about, like, yes, and I think so often people think like, should I be investing in Bitcoin? Let's just be clear. Some people are going to interpret this question that way. And that's a legitimate question to ask. But I'm curious more like in terms of like structures or in terms of ways of thinking, where do you think people should be looking at as a way of moving us forward? Sarah, do you want to kick us off first?
So I've been a big crypto fan for years. So yes, I think, why not go put some money into Bitcoin or Dogecoin or whatever other coin. But I think in general, the places to think about spending time are things that we want to see grow, right? And so, what is it that you want to see in the ecosystem grow, and to some of my colleagues on this panel's point around, don't spend time with the people whose money isn't, where their mouth is, and don't spend time, just working on causes or spending time in ways that isn't ultimately, where you want to see things grow. I think this is a big time of reshuffling. And so keep in mind that you get to decide what matters to you and lean in there.
Thank you so much. Cynthia, would you like to go next, please?
I think there are several areas that require focus in order to bring equality of opportunity across the board. And equality of opportunity addresses so much of what is disproportionately wrong in so many areas. And with focus on, of course, digital infrastructure, access to capital markets, closing the wealth gap. I applaud what Rainbow Push has done for so many years. And I personally have had the pleasure to work with them even last year during the PPP loans. When we saw those loans going to so many companies that were not small businesses and were certainly not owned by diverse owners, I worked really closely with Rainbow Push and the incredible, talented team there. And we were in touch with Congresswoman Waters and putting letters forth to make sure that the PPP funds found their way to diverse communities, to the hardest hit communities, to those communities that have no access to capital whatsoever, rather than be used by companies that were publicly traded that have numerous ways to access capital, and we're using our taxpayer dollars to enrich themselves.
Thank you for bringing up that very sobering but real statistic around the fact that so many folks who needed the help didn't receive the help. I understand, like, it was very disheartening to say the least, and it was very painful to experience. I know a lot of folks who just had to close up business because they didn't have a relationship with a banker. If you didn't have a relationship with a banker, guess what? You didn't get access. And so those access points of building up access points and relationships, I think is a big part of what I think of going forward. Lisa May, would you like to finish us off with this question?
Yeah, absolutely. And to Cynthia's point again, we were one of those organizations that we lost. Last year was supposed to be our biggest year. And I had set it up as such. And one by one, after March 2020, we literally just watched six figures just go. And it's been, so for me, and I've had to somehow keep us going. And so many organizations like ours, like Wonder Women Tech, are in the same boat. I know a lot of my peers, some of them have closed up shop for sure. I've contemplated doing it. I've had to pivot and restructure, and it is by sheer will and my amazing team and our internship programs that we're still alive today. It's about mission. At the end of the day, we have a job to do. We're here, we have a purpose. And one of the things that I feel PushTech has an opportunity to do, so many of us are operating in silos. we're on the same team. We're wanting to create this global ecosystem or impact nationally, right? But we're not necessarily talking to each other or collaborating with each other. We might show up for each other in different, events or what have you, but really getting down to like, let's have this coalition, if you will. Let's have a conversation among leaders in these spaces, from the big organizations, like PUSHTECH to, Wonder Women Tech, to other organizations, and let's see how we can support each other. That's something that's been in my heart for the last few months personally, that I think by collaborating, we can become an even greater force. Grassroots is where it's at. Communities need us. And by empowering the communities and raising our army, if you will, we can do a better job about holding these companies accountable. It's such a crucial time right now because it isn't business as usual, but companies are still trying to act like it is, right? So we're still seeing companies trying to still do what they do best, but it is a new dawn. It is a new day. And, we need to be working together, those of us who are boots on the ground, whatever size we are. It would be great to start to see more collaborations, reach out to other organizations and other companies and other leaders who are doing the same work that you're doing, and amplify.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're so right, Lisa May, on that point. I started Tigress Financial Partners back in 2011, very fortunately, and kept just every time I got knocked down, drew on my resilience to just keep getting back up and build this against the odds. And nobody's going to come looking for us, right? To be a strategic partner and give us, the advantages, the capital, all the things we need to grow. We need to be proactive, searching for those partners. And I had heard of a Fortune 100 company that was looking to take on a strategic partner late last year, and connected with them, and it turned out to be StoneX Group Inc., a Fortune 100 company, and pitched myself to them. And by the beginning of the new year, within less than a month, we had a deal on the table, and they ended up taking an investment in Tigress Financial Partners, putting real capital behind me, giving me distribution, access to products, a real strategic partnership that will be a game changer. And what I learned from that experience, keep banging on the door. There are so many potential strategic partners out there who want nothing more than to find an authentic diversity partner to work with. And now with ESG, that's a measurable goal for them, because it's no longer, it's X amount of businesses going to a diverse firm. Now they can actually say they put their money where their mouth is when it comes to ESG, and took an investment in a diversity firm.
Cynthia, as we wrap up, I just want to make sure for everybody that's listening and watching, what does ESG mean? Just define that term.
So that's all your environment and social governance. And it's kind of, if you think about it, it's become the holistic term around diversity and how companies and organizations are making impact. And when you hear ESG, two words should come flashing before you. It's diversity and inclusion, and how that is being measured by organizations, both with their internal efforts, right? What are they doing internally with their hiring practices, with their organizations to support promotions of people of color and women, but also what are they doing with their external supplier diversity base, and even one better, what are they doing within their diverse communities?
Great. Thank you so much for defining that term. And as we round out this time that we're spending with all of you, I really want to thank you all for your perspectives and willing to have this conversation. I think that I've learned a lot from it. But before we round it up, I have a question. The last question that we have is, do you have a call to action in one word or a sentence that you would like to do? Cynthia, if you could kick us off, and then we'll have Lisa May, and then Sarah, if you'd be kind enough to wrap us up.
A call to action is really, you are a formidable force in your own life and in your own profession. and never let anybody tell you anything else. So understand you are empowered. You don't need to be empowered. You are already empowered. So you need to wake up every day and set your goals and put your mind to how you're going to accomplish them and not let anyone tell you otherwise.
Great, thank you. Lisa May?
Yeah, so this is a propo because we had the honor of having Reverend Jesse Jackson as one of our keynotes for Wonder Women Tech in 2018. And I had asked him, like, how do you, in the face of so many challenges, that you have come up against for decades, sometimes it just feels like you take one step forward to take 10 million steps back. And I think we all can agree that we felt that way, especially in light of this last 12 to 24 months. And I said, so how do you do this? And and this is something that I have, regurgitated over and over in other conversations, but he said 2 words. He said, you just show up. You show up. And I think that is a perfect summary for all of us, whatever we're going through, whether you're trying to extract that joy through a challenging time, whether you're, hit a wall, have had doors slammed, you show up anyway, and you continue to show up and you continue to show up. Because the more that you show up, the more visibility you're going to have, but also the stronger you're going to be because you keep showing up no matter what.
Yes, build in that resiliency. And then Sarah, would you like to finish us off?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is kind of a dawn of a new time, and this is a great time to look at your life and say whatever it is that you want to go for it.
Succinct and to the point. I appreciate it. Well, I want to thank all of you, Sarah Kuntz, Cynthia DiBartolo, and Lisa May Brunson, for your time, energy, and for sharing with our viewers and listeners all of your wisdom around leadership. Once again, my name is Del Medina. I'm with Black and Brown Founders, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of this conference and listening to all the amazing content that is available. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our 6th annual PUSHTECH Diversity Inclusion Summit Freedom sponsors, Facebook, Amgen, Equality sponsor, Comcast, Justice sponsors, Siebert Williams Shank, Wells Fargo, Diversity sponsors, MFR Securities, KPOR Center, Salesforce, Inclusion sponsors, Hewlett Packard Enterprise, CL King Associates.
I told you, we needed to hear from these powerful women. Wasn't that wonderful? Wasn't that exciting? Well, listen, I know we've been going at it strong all morning. It's still morning for me out here on the West Coast. Some of you all, it's been midday and afternoon already. But we are going to take a little break, and we just want you to get a chance to get a little water, get up and stretch. We don't want you to leave us, though. We're only going to take a short few-minute break. We're going to make sure that you can stretch, and if you need to grab a snack, you can do that. But we're going to be right back in a couple of minutes because we want you to join us for this diversity in sports, and we're going to move into some real deep conversation about how the sports world has led some diversity initiatives, especially over the past year. Now, those of you who know Reverend Jackson know that he worked with Jackie Robinson, know that he worked with Muhammad Ali and Bill Russell and all these wonderful icons who led diversity initiatives years ago. Well, diversity has now become a part of the makeup of the new sports world, and we're going to really get into it in a few minutes. We're going to take a little break. And if you want to just sit there and chill out where you are, you already reclined, you're already relaxing, you're already chillaxing, as they say, stay right there in your seat. We're going to have my good brother from Southern California. We're still in Cali, y'all, but from Southern California, from the Bay Area. We got to shout him out because he's got it like that. But he's going to give us a little comedic relief just to let us laugh and enjoy our afternoon as we prepare for the rest of the day. Here is my friend, Mr. J. Red Walton.
Y'all know what time it is. It's your man, Jay Red, host, comic, actor. That's right. I'm just here just to drop you just a little bit of love, just a little bit of laughter. I'm trying to give y'all a touch of joy. Because right now we representing PUSHTECH. That's right, PUSHTECH, baby. I'm talking about the new way of technology from Solano County, Bay Area, and beyond. Your man Jay Red is collaborating with Dr. Jesse Jackson, one of the strongest leaders throughout the whole world, and of course my big bro, Dr. Joseph Bryant out of San Francisco, who works with the communities, churches, schools, and he is the pro athletes pastor. You understand what I'm saying? So I want you guys to understand I'm connected, but it's nothing like being connected when it comes to technology. But PUSHTECH is the new way of doing things right now, but we been had old school PUSHTECH. See, my brand is called Hoodish and Holy. And as a Hoodish and Holy comedian, I want you to understand we been had PUSHTECH, but old school PUSHTECH. When that big TV in Big Mama's living room broke down, what did you do? Push a little one on top? Yes, you did. I told y'all we had old school PUSHTECH. When the batteries in that remote control didn't want to work, what you do? Push them in the back of the freezer? I'm telling y'all, PUSHTECH been around. Old school Hoodish and Holy style. You push them alkalines in the back of that freezer with the hidden Pepsi and behind the fish because there was still some juice in them. PUSHTECH. One more? Okay, you don't believe me? I'm going to bring it home. When it was time to watch something on television, but you wasn't able to afford cable. So guess what? PUSHTECH is about diversity and guess what? Unity. So your next door neighbor and you had to collaborate back in the day because you wasn't able to afford cable and you had to push that extension cord in that wall socket. We been had PUSHTECH and boom, all of a sudden you had HBO. God is amazing. I feel a shift in the spirit. PUSH. Push until something happens. I want y'all to know that's my time. I'm your man, comedian Jay Red. Keep pushing. Keep hope alive. I want you to know I got mad love and respect for the Dr. Jesse Jackson and, of course, my big bro, Dr. Joseph Bryant. Y'all keep pushing.
We are dedicating this season to Say Her Name, a campaign committed to saying the names and fighting for justice for Black women. Breonna Taylor.
Black women are so often forgotten in this world, and in a league where we have 70% plus Black women, this is our reality.
Sandra Bland.
We want change, not just for our league and for people. We want a change for our nation.
Michelle Crusoe.
We will say her name.
Well, friends, as we've been learning throughout this conference, diversity is so important in every industry. We've been leaning in heavily on the technology side because of our Silicon Valley work, because of Reverend Jackson's impact in bringing diversity and inclusion in the world of technology. But for many decades, Reverend has had such a role in what we see in diversity in sports. Many of you know he was very close to Jackie Robinson. As a matter of fact, he eulogized Jackie and is still very close to Jackie's family. He was a part of the development of the Rooney Rule. He worked with Muhammad Ali and Bill Russell and others to allow athletes to see themselves as what we call now, in the spirit of LeBron James and others, more than an athlete, and taking that role very seriously. However, we have also been fighting for diversity, more opportunities for minorities and women, not just on the field, but off the field, and being able to manage and be in media and have decision-making positions. And so it's been just a joy for me to watch this amazing woman, Monica McNutt of ESPN. She has just been, as they say, killing it. She's been all over the map, doing some wonderful work, commentary, shows with ESPN, and her background speaks for itself as a former athlete, as well as her training, her education in journalism, but she just brings the whole package to the table. So it's a joy to have you, Monica. Welcome to Rainbow Push. Welcome to the family, and we're glad to have you with us for the conference.
Pastor Bryant, it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for that introduction. I swear I'm going to miss my star ascending because I'm getting the best introductions along the way. But I really appreciate you also pointing out my second degree. I'm not just a former athlete. I have a whole degree in this thing.
Of course. And that's what I want to start with a little bit, because I think it's unique to the story of how athletes manage themselves, especially female athletes, because, and I appreciate this, all the years I work with women athletes, they have a different mindset about what the future may look like. So they're much more prepared. Talk about, your Georgetown days, and then how you began to think about, what your next plan is going to be, as sports begins to evolve. Yes, but then you always had something else in mind. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, Georgetown is my heart. I still very much bleed blue and gray. And folks in the DMV area, DC, Maryland, and Virginia, know that there's a little bit of a rift traditionally between those universities. But I think ultimately, as Big John wrote about in his book, I Came as a Shadow, there's respect on both sides. And so it was unique for me having an undergraduate degree from Georgetown, having beat Maryland in the women's NCAA tournament when I was a student athlete at Georgetown, and then going to get my master's from Maryland. So first, it is always Hoya Saxa, but I am also very appreciative of my journalism degree. For me, my experience as a student athlete was very calculated, and I give my parents all the credit on that one. Of course, I bought in, but it was, where can we go to be a part of a program on the court and not ride the bench, because I wasn't interested in that. But when we walk away, the degree also has gravitas. And so I remember my recruiting visit meeting Big John for the first time in his office in that large oak chair on the first floor of McDonough. And I was completely smitten. I mean, my dad had been a tremendous Georgetown fan. We had been to men's games. I read about the lore of this man that was much bigger than the sport itself. And I remember him saying to me, he asked me about the other schools that were recruiting me. I'm excited. I rattled off a few names. And he said, will any of those degrees mean as much as a Georgetown degree? And I said, Princeton? He was like, you don't want to go there. Your mama wants you to go there, don't you? And that was exactly what it was. My mom was trying to convince me that I should go to Princeton. And so I think even then, and that was my first encounter with Big John, but he spoke to the power of using the game of basketball to achieve a goal. And so while I had a tremendous run at Georgetown, still have some of my nearest and dearest friends from my team, and I'm very proud of what we accomplished, I knew that for me, that was probably the pinnacle of my athletic career. And that was okay, because that was the goal, to get a degree for free 99. And that's what I did. And so along the way, my sports information director, Barb Jonas, who's still a good friend to this day, was kind of like, Mom, you're really good with this media stuff. You should look into it. Prior to that, Pastor Brian, I wanted to go into sports science and nutrition. I was fascinated with the weight room and food and how it played a part in our bodies. And so I took a journalism class my junior year. Althea Knight was my professor, another good friend still to this day. And I just kind of caught the bug. And then I interned at NBC4 in Washington in the sports department, and I couldn't shake this bug. And so when I graduated, I remember thinking, okay, I don't want to go overseas because I'll be an ocean away. I need to strike while the iron is hot. And in my very last press conference, when we lost to the UConn Huskies in Philadelphia, we led for 37 minutes of that ball game and lost by 6. From the dais, I actually said, my career is over, and I'm sitting in front of all of you media folks, and I'm hoping to get on your side. So if you have any advice, please feel free to connect. And 2 gentlemen took me up on that. Again, they are still friends in the industry to this day. So fast forward a bit, I'm sitting at a table for a Washington Post event. Coming out of high school, I had been selected as an all-Met performer, which is the top performers in the area. Coming out of Georgetown, I was selected as I can't remember the actual term for it, but it was sort of an honorary all-Met, right? Like you were once all-Met, you went on to do things of note. And so I'm accepting this award, and at my table, LeVar Arrington at the time was still hosting a show in DC. There were a couple other DC media personalities, and George Solomon was sitting next to me, who I had heard of, but was not familiar with. From various panels, I knew at one point he was the sports editor and the ombudsman, sports editor at the Washington Post and ombudsman at ESPN. Again, advocating for yourself, something that sports taught me. In sports, you do it in the form of get out there and you got to take somebody's spot. but in life, you have to voice what you want. So sitting at that table, again, same speech I said at that press conference. You know, my career is over, and I'm really excited about this award as an honorary All-Met. That was the title. But, you know, I'm sitting amongst you folks that have accomplished something that I'm looking to do. And I remember my heart was pounding, Pastor Bryant. But I said it. And it turns out, George Solomon turns to me and says, you know, I just took over a position at the Shirley Povich Center for Sports Journalism at the University of Maryland. You should come check us out. Lo and behold, fast forward, ultimately, I become a fellow in that program, and I'm able to get my journalism degree from that interaction. And George Solomon, to this day, I still consider him my journalism fairy godfather. So I was very, very fortunate. Timing, being willing to advocate for myself and speak up, and some great people who now we would define as allies. But to me, they were just great people who saw something in me and wanted to support. So that's how I ended up at the University of Maryland. And I always say that was the most meaningful career time I've ever spent in a classroom, because it directly translated to what I wanted to do. Now, our investigative journalism course, where we had to submit FOIA requests and the whole bit, it gave me a headache, but I did learn. And beyond that, I have obviously taken so many of those skills with me now into my career.
When you think about the sports lens and the sports landscape for women, it's a very different path. You know, we even saw this past year with the NCAA tournament, you know, and it's just this blatant disregard for equity and fairness. And really, that's what we've been trying to promote through this conference is not only the fact that there's some incredible women and minorities that should get opportunities and open doors and all that, but just also identify the fact there's still some work that needs to be done. What do you see, you know, because you have different perspectives now where you can speak to what happens with the athlete, what happens with media, there's a different, you know, sense of the way we deal with, handle, or even promote females in sport, but you have so much to offer. Talk a little bit about your thought process coming from all the different sides that you come from.
You know, Pastor Bryant, I am very thankful in the midst of the challenges that are 2020 when we reflect back. And of course, my heart goes out to the family members and loved ones of that 500,000, and the number still has not necessarily tapered off, that we've lost to this ugly pandemic and horrible virus. But when I look at the conversations that we were forced to have behind the murder of George Floyd and some of the other tragic events that took place, Breonna Taylor being another one that was at the forefront, I think we do ourselves a disservice to think we had this conversation and now we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, and you know this, that conversation opened the door on a very funky hoarder-esque house that we now need to bring a team in and really begin to pick up the pieces and clean out. All we did was open the door and maybe take 2 steps in. Maybe we took 2 steps in.
Yes.
So yes. As a country, as an industry, as individuals, for that to be the start and the stop of the conversation is a lot.
Yeah.
That is not effective. And so when I peel that back and apply it to this industry that I'm in and that I enjoy, your conversations about diversity and your urgency to put people that look differently, think differently, and have experienced differently in front of the camera cannot start and stop at checking a box. Right? Yes, I'm a Black woman. I don't represent the ideas and the thought process of every Black woman. I don't represent the ideas and thought processes of every Black athlete that we're going to cover. Is putting me in that position a start? Yes. Has the work finished? Absolutely not.
That's right.
And so I am encouraged. I know you had some great women involved this weekend, Colette Smith being one who just brings so much energy and is so powerful as a presence. As I look across the landscape, you know, Jamel Hill is one that's at the forefront in terms of voicing opinions that make people uncomfortable. I am encouraged that I'm seeing more of my sister friends alongside me. But the idea that that's where it stops bothers me, because the reality, Pastor Bryant, as much as I love this particular chair, the chair with the power is upstairs in some office or at home in the Zoom world that said, hey, let's hire her, let's put her there. So when those offices begin to reflect the diversity of the game, then I know that we are making sincere power. And to be quite frank, people up in them offices holding on to them chairs. Those chairs are not easy chairs to get. Just as challenging as it was to get my position, those chairs don't come around every 6 months, every year even. And so we have to commit to a depth of diversity in our thought processes. And that doesn't mean that it can't be no white people making decisions. That's not what I'm saying. But if you are in a position to make a decision, you've got to commit to a depth of diversity. You've got to be willing to check your biases. And then the rest of us, we've got to be able to proliferate the different positions, the power calling, the shot calling positions, as I call them. There's a part of me, I enjoy this, but there's a part of me which I can clearly see leaving this seat at a point where others might say, oh, you're just getting hot, to take one of those seats, because that allows me to open the door wider for those coming behind me. And that is important.
It's important. And I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge the power of the seat, or the seat at the table, so to speak, because I think all of our athletes, men and women, have always been seen as those that can succeed on the field, look good, entertain us, make us the money. But we still want to stay where we are. We still want to stay upstairs counting the checks and making the decisions. And so I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge diversity in sports has to take a different lens, because, we've got to a certain extent, we got it on lock in terms of being able to play. But the question becomes, how do we get to those positions of power? What are you seeing now? You work for the largest sports organization in the world. You're a part of, the college conversations in sports. You're in all these different entities, and obviously you're on a very powerful show that comes on, one of my favorite shows, daily, where you can just give your hot takes and win some prizes and get your points. But what do you see though? How do we get there? How do we help navigate, encourage, even from our perspective, Rainbow Push Sports, and how do we, with the panels that I'm doing, the people that I know, how do we help? Because some of it is a mindset, that athletes don't always see. And I want to say this because I think you can appreciate it. The music industry has learned this. We can rap all we want, dance all we want, but until we are making the decisions as producers, we really aren't killing it like we should. So the Jay-Z's of the world and Puffy and all these other guys, they're like, hey, we don't have to be on stage anymore. We want to make the decisions. What do we need to do in sports to help get that movement and help that mindset to evolve?
Well, I think, Pastor Brian, we're starting to see it. You think of someone, three of the premier names in the NBA right now, LeBron James, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, all have media and production companies of their own, right? And I think LeBron probably is the most forefront in that conversation, but they are grabbing the narrative beyond what they send out on their Twitter or their Instagram. They are grabbing the stories and telling them themselves. And it's an interesting dichotomy, because it almost misplaces, to a degree, it can misplace the role of journalists who have worked very diligently over the course of their career to maintain relationships so that they can be conduits to tell these stories. But I think there's room for all of it. I then think over into my women's basketball lens, and Chineye Ogwumike obviously will be the executive producer on the documentary 144 that ESPN put out about the WNBA and the bubble last year. I think of a friend in Devereaux Peters who has retired from the WNBA, but has a production company and is working to tell the stories of women's basketball players. Friends like Ari Ivory at Highlighter on behalf of Bleacher Report, and Overtime Chloe, who works with both Overtime and Exposure, the new outlet that both Stu Bird, Simone Emanuel, Chloe Kim, and I'm forgetting a couple others, but women's elite accomplished athletes have created a platform to tell their stories. I'm encouraged by all of that. But I think, again, Pastor Bryant, I go back to the depth of your diversity. It is not enough for us to have these panels, right? Great start. Words are powerful. Causing people to think is very powerful. But it can't be the mandated HR panel twice a year, however long it's going to be, or the response to yet another tragic killing of a Black person at the hands of law enforcement.
That's right.
It has to be bred into us. We have to live it. There has to be a depth of diversity. When does it change in my mind? When the same diversity that we want to see at my level of media, or even similar to the diversity that we see of the players on the fields or courts or whatever, swimming pool, whatever, wherever the competition is, when that level of diversity begins to mirror those offices that we go into when we need to knock on the door and say, hey, how do I get in position? That's when I know that the tide is truly turning, right? And I think for us to believe that this happens in a year, 5 years, 10 years would be naive. We are talking about still the ripple effects of 400 years, and not to go super deep on history,
Come on,
we're
come
still
on.
talking about ripple effects on 400 years of slavery. And you know, Pastor Brian, I will say this, my one little tangent. I've had the opportunity to check out the 9/11 Museum in New York, as well as the National Museum of African American History and Culture.
Uh-huh.
I ran through the 9/11 Museum. It made me uncomfortable. It was heavy. I remember being in 6th grade and being terrified because I could see the smoke from the Pentagon and my mom couldn't get a hold of my dad. The African American History Museum, I ran through the basement. It was heavy, but it was not as heavy as the 9/11 Museum. And not to compare tragedies, but I think our country, again, all we did in 2020 was open a door on a house that is terribly in a terrible condition because of hoarding. Our country has not yet sat with the history, the ripple effects, how ugly, how brutal, right? Our first 400 years work. And so this conversation is still a fruit of that, right?
That's right.
Because I am not looked at on face value by America to be worthy. And neither are folks that look like me. And so as we do this, you got to do it for real.
Yeah.
I think that's my mandate. And so I keep coming back to that term of the depth of diversity. It cannot be because I need to check a box. It's got to be because I acknowledge that this person inherently experiences things that I don't understand.
There you go.
And that's of any of us that represent the group that has not been marginalized, right?
That's it.
And so we've got to move with more compassion. We've got to trust that there is enough instead of sitting back and hoarding and heaping upon ourselves. And I know that's challenging because the American way is to pick yourself up by your bootstraps and build your enterprise and take care of your family. But I also think that there's plenty of room in there for us to learn about one another and truly move with compassion.
I think some of the athletes you mentioned are doing just that. You know, I appreciate the fact that they see their platforms as a place where they can open more doors and take advantage of the interest that people have in following them, being connected to them. And that's a great thing. And I think that the WNBA, you know, as we celebrate this year, 25th year anniversary of the WNBA, and we're going to be doing several tributes to them during our conference. Last year, they dedicated the whole season to social justice, which I thought was amazing. And I'm so proud of how, you know, that group of women has always, even back, you know, years ago when, you know, other incidents were happening with, you know, police brutality and injustice, they've always utilized their platform and their voice. Speak a little bit just to, you know, the uniqueness of women in sports having a different consciousness sometimes, because, you know, whereas the men did a great job, big time kudos to the brothers and what they did in the bubble. But I think the women have always done a little bit more. Talk a little bit about that.
There's no think, Pastor Brian. WNBA in particular has always been at the forefront of the intersection of social justice issues and sports. And, you know, I've had the opportunity to chat with a few WNBA players. Some are my peers in terms on the collegiate level. They obviously had more game than me. They kept going. But I think that is a league that uniquely has been faced with all these conversations before the rest of the world caught up.
That's right.
Whether you talk about gender identities or race, I mean, they are ahead of the curve. They're just ahead of the curve. And so they are uniquely qualified to stand unified and lead because they've already dealt with it internally. And quite honestly, they understand fully what it is to fight for this idea of equality, whether it's coverage or support, money, whatever the case may be. They've done it. They are living this. There is no faking about it. As Shanae Gumake says, they're not new to this. They are true to this. And that is 100% accurate. I'm very fortunate to host a Clubhouse chat on Sundays with Elena Beard, and she felt very strongly that we create a space to discuss the transitions, as she is now transitioned to the other side and is no longer playing the WNBA. And this past week, Elena, Crystal Langhorne, who just recently retired and now works in the front office of the Seattle Storm, and Marissa Coleman, who is quietly retiring. I hope I'm not breaking any news on her behalf. We were all in this conversation together. But we also were fortunate to be joined by some gentlemen who had NFL experience, and they also talked about their transition. And someone brought up the point about how important it is to know who to trust and for what within your circle. Because as athletes, there's always people grasping at you and trying to get attached to you. And so I just presented the question to the group and wanted to popcorn around and see who has had the experience of having to reevaluate who they keep in their inner circle. Funny enough, most of the guys said they had to do it, but the women did not say that was it.
Wow, interesting. Yeah.
And they all pointed out, Marissa and Crystal in particular pointed out, because the opportunities do not come for them the way that they do for their male counterparts. They are forced to work with what they have, and they are fortunate enough to have true friendships and very smart people in their circle. But they talked about how that league is so unique in that they are truly each one teach one. And they are trying to move this thing forward, not just for themselves, but for generations that come behind them. The numbers are not as astronomical, and they were very candid about that. So similar to me in college, you're forced to think about what's next before on the date, before that date actually arrives. And so I think beyond how incredible these women are as athletes, they're also very smart. They are healing women. They are connected to their communities, and they are powerful. And I think that's what we're seeing. And so I'm getting a little bit on a tangent, and I kind of lost the original question, to be honest with you, Pastor Brian. But
you hit it.
Think about how the WNBA and women in sport have been able to lead. To me, in many ways, it mirrors society, right? Our history books will tell us about however many presidents we had until we got Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, that now shakes up what we have seen in terms of the standard. But all through history, particularly in history in our communities, it's Black women. Like Beyonce said, the men lead, but the women keep the tempo. Like, that's real. And so I think that's why the WNBA is so uniquely qualified to be at the forefront of these movements.
Well, that really, it just so rich to me to hear you say that, and to appreciate Black women the way I do. For you to say what you said is very valuable. And because of that, I want to just ask you to give one last thought, comment, if you will, because I think it's important that we all lift as we climb, and you have talked about people in your life that have influenced you, opened doors for you. What do you say to that person coming behind you, that young person, that young adult, that millennial person that's not where you are yet, that teenager, who may be, just trying to figure it out and wants to still have a lane in the sports world, maybe as an athlete, maybe in media, maybe as an owner, maybe as a manager? What do you say to that young person, especially to a young woman, about diversity and about their opportunities?
My mom says it. She's like, she sort of says it flippantly because she don't trust doctors per se. She's like, they're practicing. Doctors and lawyers, they're practicing. But we have now extended that to, we are all practicing. I'm a practicing journalist. I'm a practicing sister, daughter, friend, industry person, media person. And so in my practice, I have made it practice, one, to lead with gratitude, Pastor Brian. I think that applies for me both personally and professionally, because the minute I'm ready to complain about being worn out in the month of March because they're running me ragged and I got 5,000 games to keep up with, this is what I prayed for. This is what I've worked for. And so if I can reframe to lead with gratitude, then I find that energy to get the work done. So I think personally and professionally, lead with gratitude. Do your math in a way that you are counting your blessings and not looking at your subtractions, right? And then second, industry specific, you got to give it time, and be proud of the person that you take with you. Take yourself with you wherever you go. I can remember getting into this space with so much energy. Oh, I played ball in DC. I know this area. Like, I went to Georgetown. They about to give me this top 10 market sports anchor job with no experience. Girl, who are you kidding? What is wrong with you? So you have to give it time. And giving it time, I don't mean mock time. I mean, continue to be diligent. I mean, to work on your craft. I mean, to expand your network. Try different things. Continue to hone who you are and how you want to be represented in this space. Because time, baby, you just can't fake that seasoning. And then take yourself with you wherever you go. Early in my career, there was a little bit of a conversation about my hair. And I remember saying to this person who I loved and is a good friend, I'm not doing nothing to my hair. Like, here I am. What? They're going to have to get with it, right?
That's it. Yeah.
I cannot say, Pastor Brian, with concrete evidence, whether my hair has added time to my journey or not. I can say opportunities that I went after that did not go to a woman that looked like me. But either way, when I take myself with me wherever I go, that includes at the end of my day when I look in the mirror and lay my head down on my pillow and I am happy and whole in how I've been able to show up as myself.
Love it.
So lead with gratitude, give it time, but don't waste time. Give it time, make the most out of your time, and take yourself with you wherever you go because the world needs you.
Monica McNutt, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed listening to her as much as I have enjoyed talking with her. And I'm just so excited to see everything that you're doing. We're going to make sure that we promote everything that you're connected to. We'll post out all your social media stuff, make sure people can follow you, and then they can see you on screen. They can listen to you, and they can be a part of the Monica McNutt world as you continue to rise. Continue to do what you're saying right there on that shirt. His grace, my grind. Real good, Monica. Thanks so much. God bless.
Thanks, Pastor Brian.
Hypertension, diabetes,
and heart disease.
Black patients are twice as likely to die of COVID-19
because of underlying conditions.
And the most affected are Black women.
Black women. Black women.
Black women.
Now there are vaccines.
But 41% of us say they want to wait and see.
Our health and those we love can't wait.
We need to protect ourselves and our families now.
Now.
Get more information.
Because our health is worth a shot.
Go to cdc.gov.
Well, friends, this has been such an exciting conference for us. I am so excited to be able to bring on a very unique panel and a very meaningful panel today. As we've dealt with diversity in technology, obviously that has been a cornerstone of the PUSHTECH initiative. But because of my role as National Sports Director, I've had the pleasure and privilege to engage with a lot of people around the country about diversity in sports in general. I've had conversation at all of our regional events. We've been talking about how diversity matters in sports. As a matter of fact, Reverend Jackson often says, baseball didn't know how good it could be until they let Jackie Robinson play the sport. And then the door was open for other African Americans. And hence in the past 25 to 30 years, we have seen the continued door of evolution of minority players, not only in baseball, but in other sports. And it's great to see what they do on the field. We actually see and appreciate all of their great talents, but there's more to sports than just what you see on the court. There's more to sports than what you see on the hardwood, more to sports than what you see on the field. We really want to talk about diversity in sports as it pertains to decision-making, coaching, management, ownership, all the places of power, even with sports journalism and the way our stories are told. All of these things reflect who we really are as a society, as a culture, and it should be reflective in how we view and experience sports. Today's panel is filled with friends, brothers and sisters, really, who I have known for years that have such a strong platform, wonderful voices. They engage in this space in such amazing ways. And so I'm grateful to have Dr. Richard Lapchick. I'm grateful to have Mark Spears. I'm grateful to have Coach Colette Smith. I'm grateful to have attorney Valeria Williams. And I'm grateful to pass the moderator baton over to my dear friend who will lead us in this wonderful conversation from Fox Sports. Would you all welcome Mr. Chris Broussard?
Well, thank you, Dr. Brian, for that introduction. And thank you for putting this panel together. I think it's very important and very timely as well. Thank you for all that you do on behalf of Rainbow Push and that you do for Black and Brown communities throughout our country. I also want to thank, of course, Reverend Jesse Jackson for his tireless work that he's done to promote diversity and inclusion in every realm of life in our country. So it's an honor for me to serve as the moderator of this panel. And we do have a distinguished panel, which I'm about to begin introducing. And I'll give a brief introduction of all of you. And then if you'd like to share something about yourself, maybe as it relates to how you have played a role in bringing about diversity and inclusion, whether it was being the first this or the first that, or whatever that might be, feel free to do that. If not, we'll move on and then get started in our questioning. First, I'd like to introduce the great Dr. Richard Lapchick. It would really take up the entire hour to mention all of the incredible things he's done on behalf of diversity in sports. But I'll just name a few. He's the founder of the Institute for Sport and Social Justice, as well as the director of the Institute for Diversity and Ethics in Sport. And he's perhaps best known for putting out his racial and gender report card, which has become essential for tracking diversity and inclusion in sports. It's an assessment of the hiring practices in amateur, collegiate, and professional sports and in the media. Welcome, Dr. Lapchick. The floor is yours if there's anything else you'd like to share.
Thank you for those kind words. It's great to be with everybody that's on this panel. I think it's going to be a good hour. It's a topic that seems to get more timely as time goes on. We would hope that conversations we had 20 or 30 years ago about this topic would have had different statistical results in terms of who's running our pro sports, but here we are at a time that we still have a lot of work to do. And I'm very happy to participate with everybody here today and to learn some things from all of you and hopefully share some things.
Thank you, Dr. Lapchick. Our next panelist has been a great friend of mine for more than 20 years. His name is Mark Spears, and he and I go back to when he was a beat writer for the Denver Nuggets at the Denver Post, and I was covering the Cleveland Cavaliers for the Akron Beacon Journal. He's gone on to become one of the best and most respected basketball writers in the country. He's made his mark both in print and broadcast journalism. He's now the senior NBA writer for The Undefeated and one of the most influential leaders and members of the sports task force for the National Association of Black Journalists. Mark, welcome. Share anything you'd like.
Well, first, I need to get the energy that Coach got, man. I'm just meeting her for the first time, but boy, I need that in my life. Dr. Richard Lapchick, it is a pleasure, and Ms. Williams, a pleasure as well. And I hope everybody can continue to read Undefeated, where every day we bring highlights to what Blacks are doing in sports, the good, the bad, the concerning, and have honest conversations. So it's certainly a pleasure to work at the Undefeated and to write about some of the great stories, the issues, and the things that need to change in sports.
Thank you, Mark.
And I love you, man. Me and you go back big time. Yeah, bro. Me and him have a lot of good stories, but I miss you, and hopefully I'll see you in person soon.
Yes, indeed, brother. You mentioned Coach Colette Smith, and I agree. This is my first time meeting, so to speak, Coach Smith, and your energy. I feel like I want to put on some football pads and go out and run through a wall. I mean, just hearing you speak. And so it's great to have you on this panel. Coach Colette V. Smith is definitely a trailblazer, to say the least. In 2017, she became the first female coach in the history of the New York Jets and the third in the history of the National Football League. She's the first Black female coach in the league's history. Coach Smith's also the founder and president of Believe in You Incorporated, where she does a lot of motivational speaking and other great things. And she also is a former football player for the New York Sharks, which was a women's football team. So, Coach Smith, it's great to have you on this panel.
Thank you. It is an honor and a privilege to be amongst greatness. We got to position ourselves to be around people that are like-minded, that are going to create change. So it is an honor to be here. I'm very proud of the accomplishments in which I made. Me saying that holds a lot of weight in my heart, because you're talking to someone that was a little Black girl that never felt worthy, that never felt valuable. So for me to be the first Black woman to coach in the history of the National Football League, that really helped me out a lot in order for me to help other people not feel the way I felt when I was a child. So it's an honor to be here. I'm also a Make-A-Wish official wish granter. I'm all about community service. As a women's pro football player, the work we put in physically, which is actually mental work, mental reps, gravitates off the field as well, right? So there's so much work that can be done. So it is an honor to be here amongst this esteemed panel. Many of your faces I know. I know some new people now. Mark, you're one of them. I'm looking you up. I already wrote down something you said. You didn't say the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? You said the good, the bad, and the concerning. And I'm like, oh, where's my pen? So you can never do too much homework, right? You can always learn more. So thank you for teaching me more, and I'm excited to be here.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you very much. Finally, last but certainly not least, we have attorney Valeria Williams, who works for the NFL, where she specializes in football policy and compliance. She did her undergraduate studies at Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, earned master's degrees from LSU and the University of Houston, and her law degree from the Southern University Law Center. And I had to bring up Southern in introducing Valeria because she's a homegirl now, I know. I was born in Baton Rouge. Both of my grandparents graduated from Southern. In fact, my grandfather was actually the reason they started night school at Southern, because LSU would not accept him because he was Black. So it is great to have you here, Valeria. You're doing tremendous work over at the NFL, and we'd love for you to share a couple of quick thoughts before we get going.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And I'm extremely honored to participate in today's discussion with such distinguished people who have worked for long periods of times in this space. I'm just up and rising in this area. And so I'm honored to be able to have the opportunity to be a part of today's conversation. And Chris, I didn't know that you were so closely connected to Southern University and to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I always share with people that I'm very transparent about my journey to the NFL, because before I got to the NFL, living in Louisiana, accomplishing a law degree, trying to get my license to practice law, I had no clue of the opportunities that were available for the opportunities that I have now for someone who looked like me, who came from my background within the state of Louisiana. So I am very committed to making contributions to the diversity, equity, and inclusion space, especially with going back to Southern University and Southern University Law Center and just educating the students on opportunities that are available for them to work in the business side of sports and legal policy and compliance. And while we still have a lot of progress to make, I am extremely excited about the future that this landscape holds.
Well, thank you, Valeria. We appreciate that. And let's get it started. So I will start with a question for one of you. And then I'd like any of you, if you feel moved, to go ahead and chime in on that particular topic. And we'll keep everything conversation. And let's keep it real. Let's keep it honest, and let's keep it truthful so that we can really touch on some instances and some situations that really need to be addressed. Let's start with Dr. Lapchick. You mentioned earlier, Dr. Lapchick, that you, in your introduction, you would have hoped that we're further along than we are right now as far as diversity and inclusion in sports. And obviously on the playing field, you see plenty of African Americans and other people of color. But what about in the front offices, which can be hidden? You know, that's not public and that can be hidden. But how do you feel about the diversity and inclusion in 2021 in front offices and on coaching staffs in, let's say, the three major sports in America: professional football, basketball, and baseball?
Chris, I think at the league office level, they're all doing pretty well in terms of racial and gender hiring practices. It's at the team level. With the key positions in the C-suites, the CEO, the general manager, and obviously the head coach, where a lot of the leagues are nowhere near where I would like to see them be. We just issued the racial and gender report card for Major League Baseball yesterday, and both of their racial grade and gender grade went down a little bit. But it's ironic because it's in a year that they celebrated a lot of milestones in terms of diversity, hiring Kim Hang as general manager of the Marlins. There are 22, Coach, you'll be interested in this, 22 women are coaches on the field in Major League Baseball this year. Obviously, the move out of Atlanta for the All-Star game was a significant gesture, not a gesture, a significant accomplishment. It's led to a whole cascade of corporations now signing that pledge that we saw this week. But it's not moving anywhere near far enough. I think the passage of the Rooney Rule in 2002, 2003 was a starting point. You may know that I went with Johnny Cochran and Cyrus Mehri to the NFL in 2002 to threaten legal action if they didn't change their hiring policy. And that's when the Rooney Rule was adopted the next year. But it's clear that it's not sufficient based on the last 3 hiring cycles of head coaches in the NFL. We've got to keep putting pressure on. And I think the difference maker right now, Chris, is going to be that we have an athlete activist population of significant players who, if they turn their attention to the hiring practices of the team, in addition to the broader societal issues, we're going to see a change like we haven't seen before.
Let's go there. Let's stay there. And we'll start with you on this one, Mark. But again, everyone can chime in. There are 3 Black head coaches in the NFL. In a league that's 70% African-American as far as the players. That's less than 10%. That's unbelievable. That's even less than our general population, which is 12 to 13% in the country. Mark, what do you think? Dr. Lapchick mentioned the players are being more, more aware of social justice nowadays. What do you think they could do in terms of these hiring practices in their leagues that they play in the front office and coaching staffs? And again, everyone else feel free to contribute after Mark.
Well, the Golden State Warriors have had this saying that they use, or this motto, strength in numbers. And I think it's the same thing for the players. They ultimately don't even know their strength or don't use their strength. I was in the NBA bubble when the players decided not to play for 3 days. And it was amazing what they were able to accomplish. They were able to push for voting in all the NBA or in most of the NBA arenas, which I think affected the election. They're also able to get money, more money given to Black organizations across the country that are in need of help and funding. And if they didn't sit out for 3 days, those things may not have happened. Who knows how it would have affected the election or not affected the election. And so to Dr. Lapchick's point, I think it's really imperative for the players to push. Like, they are the ones, and I'm not just saying the Black players, it's the white players too. They have to speak out, say this isn't right, say this just needs to change. And I kind of put it this way: if the NHL all of a sudden had all Black coaches, how would white America feel? Like, wouldn't that seem odd to them? But ultimately, the players have to realize that not only they need to help push to make it more diverse, but if they don't start pushing while they have power, they're oftentimes going to be on the outside looking in when they retire in hopes of getting these jobs. Because now, while it's great to see in terms of the NBA, a lot of former players go to college. Coach, why do they have to do that? Why can't they get that opportunity in the league that they help raise so much money for? And it's because, as I think, and oftentimes as players, they didn't use their power to make change. One NBA player once said, "Nobody cared what I had to say when I took my shoes off for the last time." And so I think it's important for that, and they yield their power to make change while they're playing. And they either don't want to mess with their money, scared to do it, or just are not educated enough. And ultimately, it's the players, I think, that are going to change how coaching staffs, the front offices, and other executives look.
And if there's one word that I can say that really describes what I've viewed from NFL football players, and that's mobility this past year. And while the pandemic really was very challenging, there was a lot of uncertainty, there was a lot of obscurity, they really took that opportunity to use their voice and to make their voice heard and let it ring loud. One of the things that I really admire about some of the things that our players did, they have this player coalition and they have like different points of emphasis that they focus on, where there's criminal justice reform, where there's bridging trust between the criminal justice system, the police, and the communities. But you're right, Dr. Lapchick. having a platform that addresses growth in front offices and hiring in head coaches and general managers positions is not one of the things on the list, although I am encouraged that this past year has shown players that they can have these platforms and it can be received well amongst owners. It can be received amongst ownerships, as amongst leaders at our leagues and amongst the communities, and they could be welcome with it and they can also be appreciated for it. So I am looking forward to see how with the mobility that they've been able to make this past year with their Players Coalition, how they're able to transition and incorporate some of these tough topics and tough hiring mobilities that can increase the number of minorities amongst our head coaches and our general manager staff.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I can tell you that I was a woman that was coaching with the New York Jets back in 2017. And at that time, my head coach was a Black man. He's now the DC for the Bucks, but great person. And that was at the height of what was going on when Colin Kaepernick brought attention to police brutality and us standing together and making a position that was to be heard, because majority and a very high majority of players in the NFL are African American, are Black men, and our voices are not being heard enough. And so me as a coach that year with the Jets in 2017, I would ask the players, what do you think? What are we going to do? Are we going to kneel? Are we not going to kneel? What's going on? And we were at the mercy of, we don't want to be lynched like Colin Kaepernick was. So there was still a fearful moment that we had that was about, do we keep our job or do we do what's right? And so it's a very tumultuous situation to be in. And it was scary, because your heart is telling you to do the right thing. And then your other heart is telling you you're doing the right thing by just being here, but it's being here just enough, right? So when I look at the coaches now, the 3 Black coaches for the Chargers, the Steelers, and the Dolphins, I am extremely proud of them. But the flip side of me says that is not enough. It is nowhere near enough. And I've been in communication with Hugh Jackson, and he and I are talking about doing some panels and discussions to bring enlightenment to how we can make change. And I think, honestly, it is really us standing outside of the pack. I'm not one, if anybody knows me, I'm not one to stand with the crowd. If the crowd is saying stuff that I'm not believing in, I'm going to step away. I'm going to separate myself from that. There are great players. One of my players I can talk about is Demario Davis, who was a New York Jets linebacker, and he's now with the New Orleans Saints. He is a change maker. He is a trailblazer. He is with the NFL Inspire Now, and he does things like Attorney Williams was saying with social injustice, voting. He's doing voting. He's out there he's doing grassroots projects. He's a person that is standing up and making a change, making a difference. So we're all about that life. We want change. We want hope. We want hope. And we can get it when we stand together.
That was great, Colette. There's so much I want to play off of what all of you said. And Colette, you mentioned the Chargers. That was Coach Anthony Lynn, who was released after the season, and now Houston hired David Culley, so you still have 3 African-American coaches. Dr. Lapchick, I'm like I said, let's keep it truthful and honest. I sometimes wonder if, because African-Americans have been so dominant on the field, and the NBA is roughly 75% African-American, the NFL is close to 70% African-American as far as players, do whites in general, or at least a significant segment of whites, feel like, well, this is what we can do? The coach, we can, the Black players are dominating on the field, then the front office, the coaching, the analytics, this is the only place left for us. And I think those are things Blacks talk about amongst ourselves. Do you think that's a legitimate question and concern that African Americans have? Is that sentiment exist in some of the white community?
Well, I can tell you, Chris, that in the past 4 years, there's been a surge in terms of people reacting really negatively and hostilely and in some ways scary to the racial and gender report cards from white people who basically say, well, you're asking for more Black people to have X job and Y job. Why don't we get more white players playing the game from that perspective? And it's become more hostile in the last years of the Trump administration. Some of you know that I've had some pretty dramatic experiences earlier in my life that I hope doesn't happen again. But I'm looking behind me sometimes because of that concern this year. And we see it all across the board with all kinds of groups that have been historically discriminated against. But in terms of the Black community in general, we don't have a week go by where there's not some terrible story like there was this week. In 2019, there were 27 days where a police officer did not shoot and kill a citizen in their community, and 54% of the victims were people of color. And obviously, a lot of those cases were in the line of duty, but there were too many like George Floyd, too many like what we saw this week. So my focus, although supporting all groups, has always been the Black community, because I think it's, we can go right back to 1619 and trace everything that's happening today to the beginning of slavery in America. We don't have to know any other statistic other than this, that the Forbes list of the 400 wealthiest Americans have an aggregate wealth greater than all 42 million African Americans combined. That's a lot of ground to make up. It's an almost unbelievable statistic. The gap between Black and white wealth in the United States is greater than it was during Blacks and whites in South Africa during the height of apartheid, the regime that the entire global community came together to try to strangle and bring down. This is America 2021.
Let's go to you, Valeria, because you brought up the Players Coalition. And I'm with you. I think they're doing tremendous work. I've had conversations with Anquan Bolden and Malcolm Jenkins and all these guys. And I don't think it gets, not that you're doing it for publicity, but there are a lot of people out there saying, what are they doing? What is the Players Coalition doing? What are they doing with that $90 million that the league gave? And as I've looked it up and done research, I've seen they're doing tremendous things, getting laws changed and laws passed and things like that. How do you think it's important? And if so, how would it be done that it was more publicized what the Players Coalition was doing, because they're doing a lot of great things. And that would actually help the NFL, in my view, because a lot of people think that $90 million, that was hush money, that's even been stated. But yet I look at it and that $90 million is going to good use.
I agree 100%, Chris. While I do believe that there should be a little bit more visibility into where the funds are going and some of the organizations that are receiving the grants, I do understand why there hasn't been as much publicity, because maybe the players want to show that this is something that they are truly passionate about, and they're not trying to get recognition by using their platform or their influence just because of who they are, but because it's something that they desire to do and they inspire to do from what's within their heart. And just speaking on an individual level, when I started my nonprofit, which works with juvenile girls that are incarcerated between the ages of 8 to 18, I didn't publicize it. I didn't publicize it because I did not want the public to think that it was just a publicity stunt or another PR, to get recognition for what I was doing, to receive an applause. But it was because something that I truly had a passion for, and it's something that I truly wanted to see change for. And I believe that the players are doing such an outstanding job. And whether or not we receive any notification, transparency, or any type of visibility, the fact that they're on the grounds and they have their hands and feet in the communities that they not only play in, but that they come from, it shows their passion, and it's enough for me.
I want to jump in there. Number one, I want to say, Valeria, I would love to participate with your nonprofit organization. I actually speak prior to the pandemic, I spoke at juvenile detention centers to let these children know that there's a lot more life to live.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And through your, like in football land, we call them L's and W's, losses and wins. Those losses aren't losses, they're lessons. They're lessons to learn from. So I would love to be a part of that with you. I'll talk to you about that later. I'm definitely all about that life. I believe that listen, there's always room to do more work. There's always more room. The players that are on the ground right now making a difference, using their platform to empower is, like the great Nelson Mandela said, sports is a great uniter. No matter what political base you have, no matter what ethnicity you are, sports brings people together. So why not systematically, rationally, wholeheartedly use that to elevate positivity? So I'm all about that. And I love what's going on. Call me the pessimist at times, because I feel like there's still a lot more to get done. Right. So I think some of the players that aren't, let's call it showboating. I don't think it's showboating, because if I'm doing something, I want to tell everybody what I'm doing so that I can get more participation. Right. So I think some people are trying to do it on the down low because we still feel like I shouldn't say anything. Let's think about things that our mama told us, that our grandma said, oh, life ain't fair, child. Life isn't fair. When you keep telling a child over and over and over again, life isn't fair, that might make us swallow things that we shouldn't have ingested. Okay? So let me be very clear about that. We're going to stop saying life isn't fair, because we're going to start making change. I don't want people to start believing that life isn't fair. This is what it is. Oh, well. No, we're going to make change. So there's a lot of work to be done. But the people in this room, Richard, I definitely want to connect with you. I want to know where you live. I want your address. I want your cell phone and your email so that we can start teaming up together and doing things with everything that we know about.
I look forward to it.
Mark, let's go to the role of the media. You can go back in history in the 50s and 40s and 60s. And a lot of Black journalism at that time was very much advocacy journalism because of the circumstances in the country. Now, of course, you cover the sports objectively. You cover the players in the leagues objectively. How do you think but still, stuff needs to be said and done as far as diversity and inclusion in the sports world. How do you kind of find that balance? And do you think there's enough of that goes on? I see the Undefeated does a lot of that, which is great, but I don't know how many other outlets are actually doing things like that. Kind of talk about the media's role.
Yeah, I think one thing that's been frustrating is if you don't have a passion for it, oftentimes you're not going to write about it. And this isn't just white journalists, this is Black journalists as well. When Undefeated started, there were a lot of people that wanted us to disappear, didn't think that we should exist, didn't think that we mattered, didn't think that we were needed. And then somebody came in office and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, well, maybe what you guys are writing about does make sense. And I remember when I was up for this job, there was working for the Undefeated, talking about race and culture in the NBA. There was a Black writer who was like, you know what, who I think they may have offered the job to before me. And he's like, I'm not comfortable writing about that. I'm not comfortable with my name being on that. So I do think it, for all of us, Dr. Lapchick mentioned, like, we take some heat from people for speaking the truth. And there are a lot of journalists that are scared to delve into it. I remember being in a meeting at ESPN and before NBA season started like 3 years ago, and there was a reporter who still covers NBA for us, so I'll leave out, who said, well, they don't want some old white man asking them about race. they don't want me asking them stuff about, what's going on in terms of racism. And I just boiled up hearing him say that. And it took being in the NBA bubble. It was interesting how there was a lot of journalists that never would talk about racism, never would talk about diversity, never would talk about, a lot of the social injustice and stuff that happened until George Floyd passed. Then all of a sudden, oh yeah, okay, I'll write about it now. There are Black reporters, Chris, that me and you know real well, who I was, excuse my language, on their ass about writing during Black History Month about our people, and they didn't do it. But this year, suddenly there's a lot of articles that they decided to do, and they had a passion for it. Like it took George Floyd to do it. So there certainly has been a lot of frustration for me because, maybe I'm just different. I've had this passion since I was a child about dealing with race and facing the truths of it. And so I'm just not like everybody else, but I hope this passion that they suddenly feel, journalists, after George Floyd passed, isn't just a seasonal thing, isn't just a thing that they're excited about because now people want to read about it. And I mean, it's interesting that like now the New York Times, the Washington Post, the USA Today, LA Times, now all of a sudden they got race in sports writers, and that's great. And now the undefeated is more accepted, and that's great. But whatever passion these folks have felt, finally about writing about this and finally listening to what Dr. Lapchick's report, which I study like the Bible every year. Now all of a sudden they're paying attention to it. I hope this same passion that they had over the past year continues until they write their last column, till they speak on the TV the last time. And my fear is that it's going to be a seasonal thing just because it's the hot topic of the time. But unfortunately, our world is probably going to continue to give them things to write about. I just hope that their passion isn't a short-lived one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark. I'm proud that you were okay with putting your name on it, right? And thank you for that. If I were to think about, and I'm not a basketball girl, I'm all football all day, every day. Okay, but if I had to think about someone like Bill Russell, like if a conversation with Bill Russell and his time and playing basketball, and of all places, Massachusetts. Right. Come on, imagine what he's gone through, right? So things need to be spoken about. You know what? I don't think anyone should get a pass or not get a pass on what they could write about or not. Just be a good person. I want you to see me through a different lens, through my lens. My life is not your life. You don't know what I've gone through, so listen to me when I tell you something. My life is not like yours. Understand, respect, be empathetic to what someone else's journey was. That is going to be a catalyst for change, right? So I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Our two ladies in the NFL, maybe they could help in this as well. And Chris and I kind of talked about this yesterday without mentioning any names. I also think, and while Black athletes can also help get people like you guys hired, get more people and coaches and more executives, they also could help Black media get more powerful as well, get more notice as well. Like, I remember LeBron James had a story in which he was giving, a donation to the Black History Museum in DC.
Yeah.
And they gave it to a white reporter. I'm like, yo, I was undefeated. Like,
yeah, what?
I can't get that story. Like,
yeah.
And I think there's a lot of talented Black journalists that don't get the book offers, that don't get the big interview, that, and that's not to say that white journalists can't get those things, but there's a lot of white journalists that have become superstars off the backs of Black athletes.
Mark, I get it. I will add to that. I will add to that from a female perspective. That isn't, I am athlete. I am coach. I am human. I add to that on the media side by saying, when I watch the NFL Network or ESPN or everybody else, the women on there don't look like me, and or they're gorgeous. I mean, it's not to say you can't be gorgeous and smart. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, like, where are us? Where is me in that realm? Why do I have to have all these boxes checked for society in media? You have to have a certain look, a certain background, a certain racial background. So I get you, Mark.
And then also there could be, well, we're going to let the Black athlete be the analyst. And instead of using Black journalists, we're going to use white journalists so we can make sure the room looks black and white still. So there are Black journalists that don't get an opportunity to get a lot of reps on TV because, well, we're using an athlete. So we don't need to use you guys.
Right. That's the black box. We got that checked. You right. Colette, let's take a brief detour to gender. And I'm really interested. Look, having done this panel with you, I feel like I know the answer. But I want to ask you, as a woman, how did you earn the respect of the male football players? I mean, because obviously there aren't many women playing football. So you almost can't even blame a man for thinking, well, how's she going to know? You know what I mean? How's she going to coach when she didn't play, even though you did play, but they may not have even known that. So how did you earn their respect as a coach to the point where they'll listen to you, and take your advice and so on and so forth?
So funny enough, the respect was already there. The moment I walked onto the field, the players were the easy part. That was the easy part. Athlete to athlete, we see each other. That was not an issue whatsoever. That was there, Chris. It was elsewhere that could have been an issue that I bumped into a little bumper guards with a little bit. I was there. The players saw me. And, I'll tell you something funny that a lot of people don't know about. When I was coaching with the Jets, and look, at any NFL football team, the cafeteria, the food was amazing. I ate great while I was there, One of the chefs, the head chef at the Jets facility said to me, "Coach, did you see Joe Namath talked about you in a story he did this morning?" And I said, "No, I didn't see that." And he goes, "Yeah, well, he said he appreciates," because they were asking Joe Namath specifically, "What do you think about your New York Jets having a female coach?" And he says, "I love it. I'm open to it. It's great." Then he said, right after that, Mark, he said right after that, "But what could she really know if she never played football?" Well, my brain was blown because two things go on in my brain now. Number one, I did play football professionally. And number two, there have been many great coaches that never played. So what you're talking about, Joe? So I've been trying to get my hands on Joe Namath.
There haven't been many great Black coaches.
Well, just
Because
coaches
we always
period. You're right. Not many Black coaches. Well, we hardly have any Black coaches that have played and not played in the NFL in those roles. But for him to as a gender thing, for him to say, what could she really know, not being being a player, he was wrong on that. And if you really thought about it, there are some amazing coaches that have not played professionally or in college that have been stellar coaches. So come on, Joe. Joe, where you at, Joe? Let's talk. Me and you, let's talk.
Did you ever talk to him?
I haven't. I'm hunting him down. Look, I'm being a free safety in the backfield right now, trying to hunt him down. I'm like, bird's eye view. Let's go, Joe.
Let's go here, and I'm just going to throw this out to the panel in general. Whoever wants to respond, go ahead. I spoke out a few years ago about how I felt like a lot of our best high school athletes needed to go to HBCUs, especially if you were, if you're like a LeBron James or you're going pro, in a year. Go to an HBCU for a year and see what, lift that team to the NCAA tournament, so on and so forth. But we've actually seen a few players do that, but we've seen coaches now in the NFL, Deion Sanders, obviously coaching at Jackson State. Now there's talk that Ray Lewis and Ed Reed may want to coach at HBCUs. In the NBA, they've got a lot. George Lynch coaches at Clark in Atlanta, Kenny Anderson, Mo Williams. The NBA actually has almost a pipeline to HBCUs for head coaches. I want to throw this out as, do you guys think a movement like that would be significant? Is it realistic? I mean, is it realistic that perhaps some of these HBCUs could become national powers in football or basketball? If a move like this happened, and do you think it should happen?
Absolutely, it should happen. As an HBCU girl myself, I'm a Tuskegee University girl. You know, I'm all about HBCU. HBCU is not a foster kid. Okay, we are great. You know what? You brought up the NBA has a big pipeline into this. The NBA, quite honestly, has always been at the forefront of change. First, all the other leagues have been him-hawing on it. The NBA has been all about, we accept our players and their views and their viewpoints. So yes, the HBCUs, you know what? It's unfortunate that it takes a big name like Deion Sanders to bring life to an HBCU. HBCUs already have life. They have amazing players and great teams. I actually also coached boys varsity football here in New York. And there were some great players on that team that were not getting massaged, right? The right way. And when I came in there, I said, we're going to have a new day, a new dawn. You're going to change up your stuff. If you want to win and be great, we're going to learn today. You're going to learn today. And these players were appreciative of that because, quite honestly, here in New York is not like the sports capital, right? It's really not. When you go to Pittsburgh, you go to Oklahoma, you go to Colorado, that's football town. That's basketball town. Well, New York is basketball town, but our players need to be encouraged. Our youth, our Black youth, need to know that going away to an HBCU is monumentous. And you will get a stellar education. So it does take people that are known celebrity-wise to let us be heard and like, oh, wow, they're great. So we need more of that. But I think HBCUs are where it's at right now.
Coach Smith, you'll probably laugh at this. I committed to Tuskegee at a junior college and the coach got fired. So I ended up at the District of Columbia, UDC. So I played there for a year. And unfortunately, to be honest, the academics at the school were so bad that I left and ended up going and finishing at San Jose State. I think the challenge for HBCUs is facilities. And especially in the basketball world, most of the players are on buses. The school, I think probably all the schools primarily bus. They don't use, private planes. So if you want to compete with like the top fives and even like a mid-major type school like Gonzaga or most of the schools in the Mountain West Conference, like they take private jets. So I think in order to help HBCUs athletically be great, Johnny Jones from Texas Southern said, a lot of times the schools need to be more athletically motivated. Like they don't want to put, and Ms. Williams could probably speak on this more, that they don't want to put the money behind athletics that needs to be put in. I think the alumni needs to put money. They need the corporations to put money, because I think if you really want HBCUs to be on a power level to get the top players, so I could go to Duke and fly a private jet and get these special meals and live in our own special dorm. But when I go to Howard. We gotta
you know
take a
what?
bus.
I get it, but Mark, here's the thing. That is the issue. That is exactly the issue. Because when it's such an oxymoron. Because you've got these Black universities that are saying we are going to highlight achievements and mental capacity, and we're smart. We're not going to showboat our Black students as athletes, right? I was going to use another word. I won't use it, slaves, but I'm just saying we're showing something different. But here's the thing: athletics does push money. At the end of the day, the almighty mama is money, right? These HBCUs aren't getting enough money. So if you gave some of the top, just take the top 5 HBCUs, and they got more sponsorship, more money, don't you think some of that money would be contributed to athletics, and those teams could be so much better than they already are right now? If
And
you
Coach,
got kids that are,
I was going to say, I never saw Jackson State on ESPN until Deion showed up. And so this has been amazing advertising for the school. They've been on ESPN a few times. They're also on ESPN Plus. We're talking about Jackson State. Him is now all of a sudden you think Eddie George goes to Tennessee State if he doesn't see what Deion. So I think it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But ultimately, too, I also remember McNair, when McNair was playing, they were on ESPN every week. And if you watch schools in the NCAA tournament, there could be some school that just gets in the NCAA tournament, and just them getting in, all of a sudden the students that try to get into that school rises dramatically. So I think these schools have to realize, hey, nobody was really talking about Jackson State till Deion showed up. See what this could do?
Right.
Let's bring more money to athletics to help our school.
Let's think about Duke. Their athletic program funds how the rest of their whole campus runs based off of athletics. Do you know, and I know you do, Mark, I know you know Chris and Richard, and the students that are so athletic that deserve to have a shot in the NBA, NFL, the MLB, the NHL are they're not seen. They're not seen. It takes money. Money is the root of evil right now, right?
Well, no, you guys hit it on the head, and that's what the HBCUs, to your point, Mark, need to realize. If their teams were consistently in the NCAA tournament, consistently playing in these big major bowl games, and consistently on national television, that's money that could be funneled into the academic programs that could strengthen the schools academically. So you hit on the head. Valeria, I'm sure you may want to comment on this.
Yeah, I've been trying to chime in, but agree 100%. And for me, it's about investment because the talent is there. I'm a 2-time HBCU graduate. So by the time I graduated from Southern the second time, I was already prepared to go into the field of law and to practice without even having worked at a law firm, because the preparation, the training was there. That's built through just being at an HBCU alone, just overcoming challenges and obstacles, the tenacity, the resiliency that is built just being in that type of atmosphere. So the talent is there. It's just about rerouting the investment into the athletics, creating opportunity, and then, like Coach Smith said, encouragement, because some of these players need to see that the opportunity is not only available for them, but that they can possess these opportunities. And that's what gives them that extra motivation to really maybe stay up later and study the playbook, or maybe on weekends do a little more extra workout and put themselves in that position to be able to compete amongst those athletes who are at top athletic programs across the country, that are in other conferences, that are in the Big Ten, that are in the SEC. And I believe that with these NFL former players going and serving as head coaches, or even just being connected to these HBCUs, is going to elevate the SWAC conference, is going to elevate these HBCUs conferences and place them on a level to where that they can see that they can compete at a level of an SEC, at a Big Ten, and then get the opportunities to be a part of sporting programs on ESPN, on CBS, on NBC, and to just be able to participate in some of our drafts and to be positioned to compete amongst those high level schools.
Let's end it here. We haven't talked about baseball, and last month we celebrated Jackie Robinson Day in Major League Baseball. There was a time when I was growing up that baseball was as popular in the Black community as football and basketball, and now Major League Baseball is down to 7% Black. Opening day, they had 7.1% of the players were African American. I want to throw this out to the whole panel, but start with Dr. Lapchick. But I'll say that if African Americans either aren't good enough, which we know isn't really the case looking at the history, but if we either aren't good enough or just don't want to play baseball, then fine. You shouldn't just throw Blacks in there to have Black people playing baseball if they're not good enough. But what I wonder is, Dr. Lapchick, we'll start with you. Why the lack of Black ball players? I'm sure there are a lot of reasons, but does baseball itself or any of the institutions, so to speak, have much to do with this? Or is it simply that largely due to African Americans just not really wanting to play baseball as much anymore?
Well, I think in the last 20 years, because these numbers have been plummeting regularly since the 90s, baseball has tried to start some programs like the RBI program and other programs to get more Black kids playing baseball in cities. But if you're a 12-year-old Black child and you want to be an athlete and you look at who's revered in the media, it's football players and basketball players. If you want people who look like them, there was a decade when the best player when all this started to plummet in baseball arguably was Barry Bonds, and he was reviled in the press for a decade for various other reasons. So if you're that young Black kid, you see, well, here's a great baseball player, and the press is raking him over the coals. And I think that's contributed to the popularity of basketball and football in the Black community is obviously significantly better today than baseball was back in the 90s. So I can tell you that baseball is really concerned about it. I'm really close friends with the Robinson family, and Rachel and Sharon are very discouraged by the numbers that it's been hovering around 7 or 8% for 4 or 5 years now. But at one time it was up to 24% Black American ball players, not just players of color, but Black American ball players. They're not playing in college. They're not playing in high school. The youth leagues have young Black kids in very small numbers. So the whole pipeline of players is being diminished. So I think baseball, the more it does things like moving the game out of Atlanta to get the attention of the Black community, to recognize the records of the Negro League players as baseball players statistically, as Major League players statistically, is a signal that it is really important that baseball started to send. But it's going to take a lot of time to get those numbers back up anywhere near where they were.
Hey, Chris, I'll say this. A lot of people don't know I actually covered the Major League Baseball for 2 years. I covered the Angels and I covered the Dodgers. And at that time, there was a decent number of Blacks covering baseball as journalists. Only like one is still there. There was like 7 or 8 of us, and now there's that's a long time. The rest of us either covered NBA or the NFL. We left, and I think in a lot of ways and there was a decent amount of Black players in the 90s, but yeah, I just remember it not really being a welcoming environment in terms of some of the managers and the front office people. And I decided that since I played college basketball and I knew more about basketball to go into that world. But I've told young Black journalists, like, they all want to cover the NBA. They all want to cover the NFL. And I'm like, if you're a young journalist and you want to move up the ladder, go do Major League Baseball. I had a young writer who got an opportunity to cover the Cubs for the Chicago Tribune, and he didn't want to do it. I'm like, the Cubs. He's like, nah, man, he ended up getting a job covering a small market NFL team. Like, Black journalists do not want to do baseball. There's just a handful. It's starting to get a little better, but Rob Parker, our good friend, started MLB Bro, which is a website to highlight, Blacks in baseball and Black journalists, and hopefully that could help grow more interest from the youth as well, to see more stories written about Black players, see more Black media covering it. But right now, yeah, I mean, even in the media world, Black journalists aren't flocking to cover baseball, and that might be part of the problem as well.
Did you have something, Colette, to add?
MLB was pretty much last on the list to start hiring female coaches, as far as what I know. So, I mean, I'm just not a baseball girl. I'm not a golf girl. I'm not a baseball girl, but, give me football first. I'll take basketball second. We do some soccer after that. But yeah, I mean, MLB, I mean, all sports need to be covered. I think all our children need to have access to make their own decisions organically about which sport gravitates to them, and not based on, oh, the NFL's shiny, the NBA is shiny. I want to know what's in your heart. I want our kids to gravitate organically and sincerely for what they like. So let's cover all bases, no pun intended.
Well, let's wrap it up. This has been tremendous. I think we've got some great discussion here. Let's wrap it up by letting everyone just take 30 seconds to a minute to give any final words that you'd like to on this topic as we close. Let's start with you, Mark.
Well, first of all, it was an honor to talk to all y'all, and hopefully I can stay connected to you guys as well. I just hope that there's some honesty and a lack of fear going forward from the athletes and in terms of and even coaches and general managers. I've had a lot complain to me about and show concern about different things, but they don't want to talk about it. They're scared that, as Coach mentioned, that they could kind of be lynched professionally if they speak out. There's always ways of saying things and saying it the right way, where it's in a professional fashion. But in order for there to be change, there can't be fear to speak. And so I hope that more coaches and players, I'm talking about like assistant coaches aspiring to be head coach or not getting opportunities, you got to speak out. And because if you speak out, there's highlight. But fortunately, there seems to be a lot of fear in speaking because of worry that they could be blackballed, which is very, very sad to me.
Great point, Mark. Great point. Valeria?
I think that these conversations should continue to advance and evolve over time across the spectrum of different industries, with people with different backgrounds. And with that being said, I also believe that advancement is going to come with effective policy development. I come from a policy background, and I've seen how developing effective policies and developing efficient enforcement process of these policies do actually show some type of change. It does show some type of progress to be made. But while at the same time of developing these policies, I believe that if we're going to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion in sports and even in other industries, we need to be able to identify the purpose for why we are developing these policies and why we want to increase diversity within these spheres. And let it not be for a business purpose or for financial gain, but to let it be rooted in something that's not an outcome, but more so that's moral and ethical and inclusive, because it's representation of not only people who are involved and participate, but those who are spectators and who subscribe to different spheres of the sports realm. And I know that I am just one piece of the puzzle, and I'm going to be committed to doing my job and doing my role as an individual individual within this space, whether it be to reach back to my communities, the schools that I've graduated from, and to just educate those who look like me, young, aspiring, up and coming Black female attorneys who do not even know that the opportunities are available to work in policy and compliance within the sports realm, and just educating them and just helping them get prepared to be positioned for these opportunities.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Valeria. Colette?
I think in my closing remarks, I would want to say to everybody out here listening to be strong enough to stand alone, smart enough, brave enough to know when you need help, smart enough to know when you need help, and brave enough to ask for it. Right? So be your own person. Run by your passions. Run by humanity. Live a conscientious, intentional, purposeful life. Do the right thing. We all know right from wrong. Make those wise decisions. Sometimes they may set you back, you as one person, back a little bit, but it's going to bring a whole force and a team around you. As a former pro football player and a former coach in the NFL, team is everything. But you have to have the right team. You have to plant yourself in good soil. Follow your heart. Believe in yourself. For me, it is about me being better for the next generation. I take that full-heartedly, and I live that, and I walk that walk every day. I want to see change for everybody, for the most underserved first, who have always been the last. Everybody at the back of the line is coming to the front because it is long overdue. Keep hope alive.
All right. Well, thank you, Colette. That was tremendous. And finally, let's end with you, Dr. Lapchick.
Well, Colette used the phrase that is attributed to Reverend Jackson, and I just want to thank him for being a long-distance runner for social justice for his entire lifetime, for my entire lifetime as a role model. And I'd like to end on two other points, and that is picking up on what's been said. You know, we do a racial and gender report card on the sports media, and it's the whitest male category of any report card we issue. If you take ESPN out of the equation, the percentages of Black and women who are in senior positions in the sports media is around 2 or 3%. It's a huge ongoing problem. The second thing I want to emphasize, and Chris, I know you structured this around the three major men's sports, but we talked a lot about athlete activism in the beginning, and the WNBA players were really the first athletes to take the stage and start protests back in 2013 and 14 over police shootings. And the National Women's Soccer League, our women's soccer players, are obviously great advocates for equal pay for women in sports. So I think we really need to include them in our thoughts and in the work that we do.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Dr. Lapchick. Those were great words. Everybody, you did an excellent job on this panel. I thought it was great. I thought we tackled some important topics, and your points were incredible. So thank you very much. And we appreciate your participation.
Cheryl Swoops, Rebecca Lobo, Lisa Leslie. These names of these powerful women are not just wonderful change makers because of what they've done for women's rights, all of them as advocates, all of them as social justice workers, all of them as volunteers to move the needle. But the reason we know who they are is because of the Women's National Basketball Association, known as the WNBA. This year, my friends, is the 25th year anniversary of the WNBA. Some of those original teams, like the Sparks, are still around, with folks like Candace Parker, who is from Chicago. Got to show some love to the hometown, where our Rainbow Push headquarters is located. But as we look at this upcoming season, we want to celebrate these women in a very special way. not just because they're great athletes, not just because the season is starting, not just because it's the 25th anniversary, but you all may remember last year during their season, in their bubble, they decided to do something very significant. Even before the men, even before much of the nation caught up, the WNBA decided they were dedicating their season to social justice and to equality, especially on the heels of the killing of Breonna Taylor, on the heels of all the other injustice we saw last year. These women, they wore the shirts, they joined arm in arm, and they made statements to make a difference. They even affected the election in Georgia, not only by supporting the winner, but initially calling out injustice as they saw some of the political climate in that area just going the wrong direction. Shout out to the Atlanta Dream and for all those that joined with them to make sure that they use their names, their platforms, their ability to get our attention to make sure we were paying attention. Thank you, WNBA. We would not have had the movement last year without you. We wouldn't have been as aware as we are, or as woke as we have become without you. And so tomorrow, Friday, May 14th, you start your 25th year. We say thank you. We're going to be there for you. We're going to the games. We're buying tickets. We're going to support you. And I want everyone watching me right now to make sure, wherever you are in the country, whatever region you're in, find out who your local WNBA team is. Find the local team that's closest to you. Buy some tickets. Buy some gear. Get some merchandise. Support their causes. Get involved in their work. The men get all kinds of props. They are always getting the commercials. They're always getting a lot of love from corporate America. But the women are grinding. Not only can they ball and can they play, but they take their game off the court to a whole new level. Thank you, WNBA. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Congratulations. Let's shout out the 25th year anniversary of the WNBA. In the words of another West Coast giant, it's been a good day. What can I say, friends? It's been a good day. We've had so much substance. We've heard so many messages. It's been a good day. But guess what? We got one more to go. Make sure you are with us tomorrow. Tell a friend, invite your neighbors, your colleagues, your coworkers to join us starting tomorrow, Friday, May 14th. We're kicking off again at 9 a.m. on the West Coast, 11 a.m. Central Time, 12 noon on the East Coast. Be with us tomorrow as we celebrate entrepreneurs, as we talk about the digital divide in education. We're going to actually have some wonderful presentations from some of our corporate partners as they invest in young America. They are doing some things and making some commitments to make sure that young people have opportunity, and we want you to be there with us. We're going to have some HBCU representation. Holla, we're going to make sure we've got some flavor and flair from all types of people who are really excited about their future in tech. And in order for us to pull it all together, we're also going to have a pitch competition. Shout out to Reginald Grant and the eSports Learning Lab. It's going to be fantastic. Don't miss it, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Today's been a good day, but make sure you're with us tomorrow. We'll be right here with you. I'm Dr. Joseph Bryant Jr. Shout out to the PUSHTECH team, to all of you making it happen, but all of you joining us around the country and around the world. Be with us tomorrow morning, and on behalf of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson and in the entire Rainbow Push family, keep hope alive. See you in the morning.